Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PMPL Qualifiers. Day 3, it's the final day of action here. My name is Hitbrain, and I'm once again joined by Monica. Monica, we've had 2 amazing days. How are you feeling going into the 3rd and final day?
I'm a little sad that this is the final day, and it definitely hasn't. I mean, it feels like it's been longer, but at other times it feels like wow, it's already the final day. But I'm sure these teams here are like, let's wrap it up. Well, actually, probably the top maybe like 5 teams are like, okay, let's wrap it up, sort of thing. But then the bottom ones are like, we wish we had a couple more games to kind of get some more points here. But I mean, this has been probably one of the tightest in terms of scores being so close to each other that we've probably ever seen. Maybe not ever seen, but what we've seen in a really long time. The first place, we have RESQ. Second place, we have, I believe, it was Shockwave. They're only 7 points behind them. Like, it's still anyone's game at this point to get that top 1 spot. And even the teams at the very bottom, like Blossom, they're in the 16th place. I was kind of talking to them yesterday. They're like, yeah, we need, like 2 wins at least to get up into top 8. So, I mean, stranger things have happened. We've seen teams come out and just pull like 90-point days to just skyrocket into the scores.
I mean, RESQ, what a recovery story from them. LMV yesterday as well also had a pretty good recovery, considering day 1 was completely terrible for them. Obviously, teams like Panda having a pretty rough day yesterday as well, dropping from 1st to 3rd off, just constantly losing members. It's, these games do shoot by. They fly by. It feels like we start map 1 and then suddenly it's the end of the day. Like, you need to get your head in the game, and especially if you're at the bottom, it's really do or die today. There's 5 maps, and if you by map 3 haven't got yourself in a position where potentially you can make top 8, then it could be a really, really horrible time for you. Let's have a look at the format though, just to remind ourselves exactly how everything is playing out here at the PMPL qualifiers. Obviously, there are 16 teams playing in the league, in the tournament, sorry. So over the 3 days, obviously we're on day 3, our final day, sad face. We've got our 5 matches, and we'll show you those maps in a little bit. It's the same as before. And the top 8 teams are the teams that will be qualifying to the PMPL. So, today it really is, I think it's going to be the catchphrase of the day, do or die.
Literally.
LMV really need to pull it out. They really need to pull it out, unfortunately, because it's not been... it's been disappointing for a team who are very hyped up coming into this tournament. And so far, they've not really been able to achieve too much. But let's take a quick refresher as well at the points and just see how we calculate the points over the course of the day and this weekend. Obviously, first place will land you that 15 points. But we've seen a lot of teams focus heavily on those elimination points. I think of Shockwave and Storm on day 1. They were just farming kills effectively, and that got them into top 3 at the end of day 1. So it's not just about placement points. It's going to be about those elimination points. And I think, for our bottom 8 teams, they need to be hyper aggressive today, not just going for the placement. Because if you get, multiple firsts with only a couple of kills, that might not even be enough to slingshot you from bottom into top 8. So you need to tie that along with good elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, we keep saying it, but PUBG Mobile, it's definitely a survival game. The teams that do end up winning the matches, I mean, they got that leg up, that 3-point difference in placement, but we usually just kind of like highlight the team like, hey, this team won, they got a bunch of kills. But then you also have to take a step back and look a little bit further and see, hey, who is also consistently placing in that kind of top 5 and getting all those points, that placement points. So even if they might not have a chicken dinner, which is totally fine, just having that consistency like Panda on day 1 to be able to get as many points as possible is what's going to put them at the top of the leaderboards. And we've seen these teams like sometimes, maybe Clear is a good example of this. They have these kind of, went out first, 16th place, 0 kills sort of thing. But then they have hey, we won the game with, 12 kills and just suddenly skyrocket them on the leaderboards. But it's just kind of, you don't really know where to expect them to fall in the game.
Clear a pretty coin flip. To be honest, that's what it feels like to me. You got OK, who's been, one of their standout players to me. But, like you said, it's not enough sometimes just because they are just getting wiped out so early, taking silly fights, not rotating in intelligent ways, and, kind of catching them off guard a little bit. So, Clear really impressed me at the end of day 1. Yesterday, it felt like a little bit of a sleeper day for them. I don't think they really felt like they achieved too much. But let's have a look at the points right now, see where everybody is in this tournament before we start up our third and final day. Obviously, sitting at the top is RESQ, a team who have played absolutely phenomenally to come back. Day one, little bit of a shaky start, but they did pick up pace towards the end of the day. Day two, a completely different team. They looked absolutely amazing. And speaking of different teams, Panda, what happened between day one and day two? Because they just looked lost yesterday, right?
Yeah, Panda, they had that crazy first day, right? They won 2 games, and I think their worst game was like a 7th with 4 kills, something like that, which says a lot for them for consistency wise. Yesterday, Hitbrain, they only got 9 kills and 15 placement points the entire day across five games. That's a pretty stark difference between day one, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. I mean, they were dominating day one. They were picking fights. They were
Mm-hmm.
constantly following up through the circle. They've shown us as that they're a team that doesn't care if they're in the blue. They're quite happy
Yeah.
just to take that damage and then turn up behind another team and just completely squad wipe them. But yesterday they were very scattered. They were very fragmented. You'd see, 2 players together and then 2 players together miles away from them. And then they never had any backup. So they were always taking 2v4 fights. And it basically just led to them having 1 player left. And yes, we had that amazing end of game 2 from them. But that was fun to watch, but it wasn't impressive in the sense of like, this isn't the Panda we know. Shockwave as well. I'm happy to see they kind of be able to hold on to their point, and they definitely started to find a bit of momentum towards yesterday. But them and Storm did look a little lost yesterday, if you ask me. And again, kind of clinging on to their place just because they had a really, really good day one. But the team in 5th, Doom, genuinely came alive yesterday. They were taking so many fights and dominating those fights. Honestly, incredible stuff from Team Doom, right?
Doom, yeah, definitely the most, I'd say, volatile movement on the leaderboards for any of these teams in the lobby, especially in that top 8. Day one, they were kind of nowhere to be seen, right? They're just kind of, I believe they ended day one in 9th place, if I'm remembering correctly, 9th place. Suddenly, day 2, they get a chicken dinner, they get 2nd place, they got pretty consistent just points across the board, and they've now found themselves pretty comfortably in 5th place. I'd say right now, probably 5th and above. Like, they're qualifying, right? Unless Doom just all of a sudden 5 games in a row, 0 points, sort of type deal, which I don't think is gonna happen. But yeah, it's just Doom getting 1v4 on the first day by Psyox on Team X team to they like we really got to like redeem ourselves. Use day 2 to push them back up into top 5. So yeah, Doom. I mean, that's definitely a team to watch out for. It's a team's kind of lower on the top 8 that I'm a little bit. They're still kind of really fighting to keep their spot.
Let's switch over and have a look at that bottom 8 as well, because obviously these are the teams we're a bit worried about right now. Conqueror, I actually was very impressed with their return yesterday. Another team who kind of really found their momentum a little bit towards the end of yesterday. LMV, thank God they started to pick the pace up because we hyped this team up and they were at the bottom yesterday. Most Wanted have crawled out 16th place. They had, I believe, one really, really good game and then a couple of okay games, but they're still very, very far away from catching up to that top 8 spot. Are there any teams that you're like really, really worried about right now? Because things are still relatively tight, and I think any team can still technically make top 8 if they just have a good day. Are there any teams that are like starting to concern you though as we open up day 3?
Yeah, like LMV, they they ended day 1 in 13th place, and even midway through day 2, they were actually bottom, like literally rock bottom in 16th place. And then the last 2 games, they got the massive win on Miramar, and then they remember they were in that building in Razak right by kind of the water, and I kind of called on like they're in a perfect position to farm a ton of kills. They had Storm crash up onto them. Actually, even before Storm, they had, I'm trying to remember which team it was, but another team, I want to say it was like TSC, something like that, crashed up onto them and were pushing up into the building with them, and they were able to get, it was 7 or 9 kills, I think, that match. So, definitely the last 2, they started doing a lot better. I talked to Lou as well after the day yesterday, and he was like, yeah, we finally woke up for those last 2 matches and are looking to perform like those last 2 for today. I mean, they're 58 points. I think they were only 11 points, I want to say, from that 8th place spot.
Yeah, so it's not like impossible for them. They just need to, continue a decent pace, and then kind of hope the top 8 teams also maybe start to drop out a little bit earlier, kind of free up some space up towards the top. 5 threats in 11th for a team who have they've impressed and disappointed me at exactly the same time. I think you hit on it really well yesterday, Monica, where you said they're very good at rotating and getting themselves into good positions and recognizing where they should be within the circle. But then it feels like they're a little lackluster at defending those positions. And, you know, a great example was Miramar. They had that amazing high ground on the cliff, and it was so hard to push up to them. But then they suddenly just got rolled over, and we didn't really see what happened, but they just seemed to crumble, even though they had this amazing position. So, you know, Five Threats are a team who are impressing me with their ability to kind of recognize strong places to kind of buckle down and bunker up, but they really need to work on the actual ability to hold it, because that has been a little bit of a worry for me. And at the bottom of the team, at the bottom of the scoreboard as well, Swat 69. I said it for the last 2 days. Every time we seem to look at this team, they're in a fight, but they don't seem to be winning those fights. They're always just in a fight. And even if they get all 4 members out, they're having to burn so many meds to recover from the fight they just lost. But the next fight, they're then under-equipped and under-prepared for that next fight. So SWAT 69 definitely need to shake some stuff up and maybe stop just taking silly fights, because that seems to be their great weakness right now.
It's like SWAT 69, they're in the fights, but like not intentionally in the fights. So they're just kind of like on the receiving end of all the fights. But yeah, SWAT 69. And actually, interestingly, SWAT 69 and Blast Esports, these are the 2 teams that we've seen kind of some scuffles from them at the very beginnings of the matches. I remember SWAT 69 going to Noble Crates, and then Blast. The first game yesterday in Erangel, it was like an accident. They had Snowix and Razor, actually. So they had 2 land in military base, 2 land over in Novo, like massive split, because nobody has been going there at all. Suddenly, they find themselves with 4 players of SWAT 69 there and taking out. I think they took out Snowix, and then Razor was able to get away. But then the third match, actually, they had. They kind of reverse Uno'd them, and they had Nash and their other 4th player kind of waiting up on the roadside, waited for SWAT 69 to be like, oh, we got they didn't come. Novo Crates were totally for free. They had, I think, a player or 2 come up from Novo Crates, and they were able to camp them up at the roadside of that compound and kill 1 or a couple of them and send them running for the hills.
Right, before we get going into our first game, probably best that we actually take a look at the schedule for today and see what maps we'll be dropping on. It's exactly the same as the last 2 days, but we'll run it through. We're starting on Erangel, going to Sanhok, Erangel again, then Miramar, and then we're rounding out our 15th game, actually, if you want to be fully correct about that, on Erangel. Sanhok has been very much a shake-up in a lot of our games. We've seen some teams who maybe we don't expect to win that. Miramar has always been a fun one as well, because it always feels like Miramar's where, some of these teams at the bottom seem to suddenly just find some, like, this spark, and they just come alive. I think of yesterday and the day before, where we just had crazy ends to Miramar, actually. So I'm excited to get back on Miramar, because it seems to be the map where we had the most, like, the biggest wrench thrown in the works, I guess.
Yeah, definitely my favorite map. But for those, Miramar, we haven't had like a Erangel. It's about maybe 80% of their wrangles we've had are pretty like, just like down the line. Everyone can just go wherever they usually go. And it's a little bit predictable to know where the teams will take up that first circle. And then in Miramar, we've had super like southern plane paths and just like crazy circle. I mean, we had one, I think, that centered right along it, but just really just not ideal plane paths for those teams that do like to go north. So it really just condenses them down into one spot. And then that's where we're losing like Panda early, because they got stuck at the Chumacera Church against, I believe it was Clear. And then just these teams that were at the bottom finding their ideal spots and able to use that as their opportunity to get the points for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But we will be starting on Erangel, so I'm curious to see whether or not we do get a interesting plane path, or more of the standard ones we had. I believe we started on a pretty interesting plane path plus circle yesterday. We doomed all the players, didn't we? So we might get another start like that. Something that I did hit on is we've not seen a circle land on Panda yet. They've always seemed to be away from the circle, so we've only seen this like chasing the blue or chasing the circle play style from Panda. I really want to see what it's like when a circle closes on them. and they are the team who are able to buckle down. How do they actually? How do they play in those situations? Because that's what I'm excited to see. Well, I'm hoping we see, because Panda, we've only seen one play style from them so far. Worked amazing in day one. Day two, it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Panda, they're always dropping on the super extremities of the map, right? Because their play style is that, hey, we're going to take the blue for the first 3 circles. It gives them a ton of loot, because they're spending maybe 10 minutes looting versus some other teams like Five Threat that they go Pachinki. They loot for like 3 minutes maybe. Hey, let's get out of here, and then go into the center of the circle, right? So Panda, let's say North Georgia Pole on Erangel, they go Sami down in Sanhok, and then they go to Valley de Mar in Miramar. So like super just edge of the map, which definitely plays into the play style. But usually they kind of hang out. They're just kind of chilling for the first, I'd say, like 5 circles or so. And then once the blue zone it's a little bit too tough for them to handle out there, then that's when they start to come in, scout the information, see where the teams are, get the lay of the land, and then they're starting to, big rotates, wide sweeps to try to find their way into the circle. That's kind of what Panda likes to do.
Sanhok, you've been tracking some of the players and their kind of performances over the last couple of days. I just want you to shoot some stats at me. What players have really impressed you over the last 2 days?
Yeah, the one that's really impressed me the most is going to be Hyper from Team RESQ. Just yesterday, he had 14 eliminations, and we talk about utility, why it's so important. I looked at all the players that were in that top 5 from yesterday, and they had the biggest numbers of smokes and nades being used. Hyper himself had 24 smokes and 20 nades that he used the entire day, and that's more than some entire teams even used. But enough about some of these players specifically. Let's hop on into Erangel, and I feel like I'm getting deja vu. I really do, Hitbrain.
This is just a very standard playing path. This is exactly what we expect and what we've been seeing a lot of. In a way, players are probably pretty happy with this. They've been very blessed. It means everybody's going to be able to drop where they want. Question is where's the circle going to go? That's the big thing. Now, with the fact that the plane is starting from the southern direction, this is going to, favor teams like LMV, teams who seem to drop, who do like to drop over by Primorsk and stuff like that. But we are looking like we're going to have a quick remake on the lobby, so hopefully it won't be too long before we get back into the action. I've never actually handled one of these, so I don't know if we get a different plane path now or if it's the same kind of plane path.
It does completely new. We like to joke. I mean, when that happens, it's usually like someone disconnected. Just in all fairness, kind of reconnect. We like to joke that a player saw the plane path and freaked out. You're like, nope, that's not happening. But yeah, just kind of hopping back into those top fraggers for sure. RESQ, I'm just really impressed by their rotations, first of all, like in Sanhok from yesterday, and then just their utility usage. So not only Hyper being on top of the kill frags for yesterday with all of his utility usages, but his teammate Coyote, he didn't quite make the top 5, but he also had 25 smokes used and 15 nades. And just kind of like on average, usually we don't see that many, especially, I mean, some of these teams that may not be able to survive long enough to the end game, and then they don't really have a chance to use their smokes or nades at all.
I'm pretty sure he probably used most of those smokes and nades on Miramar. There was so many smokes and nades going on that hill fight, so I've been really impressed by RESQ. They've really stepped it up, and considering they at the beginning of day one weren't in the greatest spot, really made a massive turnaround for themselves, and I've been incredibly impressed by that team. And I think there's a lot of teams who you've kind of sneaked up on me. Team Doom. I know we kind of already talked about them, but they genuinely have. I think they started in 10th actually yesterday at the beginning of the day, and then to end in 5th. And to have so many consistently good games, because consistency is the big thing. It's you could be most wanted right now, and you could win a game, but then the rest of the games aren't that good. That's not going to make top 8. So you need to be consistent. And Doom were consistently good all day yesterday, and they had okay performances the day before, but it was yesterday where they really stepped up that consistency. Have now cemented themselves into 5th place in the standings, and they just need a couple more games of keeping themselves relatively consistent. They don't even need to win those games. As long as they just stay, towards the top, get a decent amount of eliminations, they're going to be okay. They're going to make that top 8 and they're going to be able to qualify. So The day is consistency. We'll see if the planes are consistently good for the teams as well. Hopefully we'll be dropping through into our first map in a moment. We've got a little bit more time before then. Let's talk a little bit about the bottom end then. Let's talk about these teams that have been struggling. So what do you think, let's look at like teams like Most Wanted. What do you think they're doing wrong right now?
I mean, we saw this on day one, and then we saw this yesterday, especially that last game in Erangel. Most Wanted, when they're getting pushed, we're seeing them just on their bellies, just very like, just taking it. I guess I don't know how to more eloquently say it. They just kind of they let Shockwave run up over them from downhill to just kind of take them all out. I think they had maybe one man less disadvantage, but still it's like Most Wanted. I really want to see more aggression from them, or more kind of defensive, instead of just like, oh, they're pushing, we're dead, sort of thing. And
yeah,
so Most Wanted, I think they're the third from the bottom, something like that. But something that we really need to watch out for is, though, especially those last two games, you're going to see those teams that are like 9th through 12th-ish there. You might see some hot drops. You might see some super aggressive action, because, I mean, it's do or die, like you said at the beginning. It's go big or big, go home, then nothing to lose except just push and try to take out the team right in front of you. All right,
there's
so
also
a little bit different of a playing path.
A little bit, but it's still fairly central, so they should be okay.
Yeah.
It's also something to keep in mind is towards the end of the day, for some of these teams, it might be mathematically impossible for them to hit top 8. At which point, they might just play upset. They've got nothing to lose, and at that point, the claws come out. So that's going to be something to keep your eyes on as well. We do see this sometimes where teams, they're knocked out, but they still need to keep playing, because obviously we still got a tournament, we still got to decide everyone else. So they might go, you know what, we're just going to hunt Panda down and make him drop a few spaces. There's stuff like that you have to be really, really careful of if you're one of these top teams getting kind of almost mercenaried by some of these teams who have already been knocked out of the running. Now, this playing path is actually going all the way up to Georgia Pole, which is going to be pretty nice for Panda. Yeah. Because they don't actually have to have that long glide down. They can spend a lot of time. Like you said, they like to spend a lot of time actually in the in their town looting. So yeah, they're going to be quite happy with this one. As does it that is RESQ actually dropping out as well? But where are RESQ dropping to? I'm curious actually, because
RESQ they go like South George, like hospital-ish area.
Yeah, there they are. Okay. For some reason, I always thought they dropped a Gatka, so I was like, that's a bit of a late drop for them. But no, it looks like they are going where we expected. Just having a look at the circle as well. Absolutely dead central. So we are starting out of a very, very tame game to start us off here.
This is the second. Yeah, because remember, we had one just like this that ended on Pochinki Church that Panda won. And then we had another one yesterday that ended in the hills, like those bunkers to the southeast of Pochinki again. And that was the one that Conqueror won. So this time around, I mean, the most interesting difference here is you're going to be looking for 69. I mean, they were going Noble Crates. Definitely the playing path would have been ideal to go to Noble Crates. That would have been the first thing to go. But I think they just didn't want the heat. They're like, we're not going to chance, we're second from the bottom. We're not going to chance it with Blast, and we're going to go up to Zarky.
I'm pretty sure they've always dropped somewhere slightly different as well, though. They seem to constantly be dropping in different locations, so they are a bit of a wild card in that sense. They obviously do have their comfortable drop spots, but I have seen them drop in a few different places as well. So we'll keep our eye on, how this is going to go for them, because they are a bit of a distance away from the circle, but because it's fairly central, it's pretty easy to get towards it every time. They do obviously have Panda in front of them, though, so Panda could gatekeep them as they try and rotate through. But we are watching our first place team here, RESQ, just getting themselves their loot together. Everybody's pretty spread out, so I don't expect to see really too much early action. I think also when it's game 1 of the last day and you've got a lot on the line, teams are probably going to play a little bit more tempered and not quite as aggressive for the moment, just while they try and get themselves into a comfortable spot so they're ready to take these fights.
What we usually see those, I mentioned like the teams that are pretty close to that bottom 8 that still have yet to secure their qualifying spot. They're going to be really targeting those like 6th through 8th is really in the hot seat. But we also see the top teams like RESQ, like Shockwave, like Panda. They have a little bit more breathing room. I mean, it does, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if they get first, second, as long as they're in that top 8. However, they can also use this opportunity to kind of target those teams that maybe are a little bit of the thorn in their side. So, for example, like Panda, we've seen them scuffle with TSC in Sanhok. That might be an opportunity for them like, hey, we don't want to deal with this team in actual PMPL. Let's make sure that if we open the fight and we identify it is this team, send it, kill them, and then destroy their chances of actually qualifying so we never have to see them again.
I mean, that's not actually a bad shout. I didn't think about that. Like, tactically taking teams out to make sure you don't actually have to deal with them during the main tournament.
Oh, yeah.
That could be a real
seems like they definitely think of that. That's like, I mean, we didn't really see it here, but if we had two teams that just, like never ever left, I want to say like Pachinki, I'm just giving an example. Like if we had 5 threats and we had, I'm just going to use Panda as an example. If we had 5 threats and we had Panda every single Erangel game going in Pachinki, and then you say they're both very close to qualifying or not qualifying, we might have, Panda maybe on Sanhok. You're like, hey, we know where this team usually likes to set up. Let's go harass them. Let's destroy their chances of qualifying.
Maybe we'll see a little bit of that later on into the day. I think for the first game though, people just want to try and cement themselves some points, especially these top runners, because one win and then a couple of decent games is pretty much all but going to guarantee you your top spot. So teams like Storm, teams like Panda, teams like RESQ probably just going to be playing this a little bit more tame for the start of the first game. But obviously, like I was saying at the beginning of the day, it is also about getting those elimination points. Yes, the 15 placement points are nice, but you think about Panda in day 1, 31-point games and stuff like that. That's going to make it very, very effective for them to be able to kind of, if they can get more of that, to kind of really slingshot themselves into that top spot.
Definitely, we saw Varwin just marking the M4 for his teammates. Definitely the loadout that we usually tend to see, it's going to be M4 for that long range. You slap a 6 times on it or 4 times. Even when the 6 times is turning it down to a 3, almost no recoil, spraying out into the distance, using that as their long range gun. And then they usually have this secondary gun. Mostly, I see the UMP all the time. UMP almost like the default gun. And after that, probably like AKM, something like that for the short range here. Here we got exactly AKM that he's using. But I mean, these teams, they all have this is 6 minutes now. They have all the time in the world to get set up, to get the loot, the guns and attachments that they want. And it's really just coming down to those rotations, those in-game leader, how to set up for the fights and how to set them up to win the game. LMV we're seeing here. They're the ones that, I mean, we've hyped them up so much, maybe overhyped them just a tiny little bit. But this is a team that is currently in, what did I say, like 10th place? Yeah, 11 points from that top 8 qualifying spot.
Yeah, I know we have hyped them up a lot over the first day, at least. Yesterday, I don't think we really hyped them up too much because we were quite disappointed with them. But, we do have high expectations of this team. So, it's on them to actually prove us right today. That, all the hype we gave them on day 1 was there, because disappointing day 1, an okay day 2, especially towards the end, they did try and pull it back, but it's definitely on them. And 5 threats here, a team we identified as well yesterday and talked a little bit about at the beginning of the day. Very good at rotating, very good at setting themselves up, but they've been a little, they've been bad at actually holding their good positions. And Savage are another team. I don't think we've really talked too much about Savage, but these guys are at the top 8 right now. They're at the bottom of the top 8, but they're at the top 8. So they've been consistent, and they've kind of been quietly consistent as well.
Yeah, they're definitely Team Savage. Yeah, but yeah, they're definitely the ones that, like we said, they're in danger of teams potentially doing really well. The ones that are in like 9th through 12th place or so, actually just 9th through 16th in general, that are really looking to take. These are the ones that the weakest link. You know, they're not gonna, like, if I was LMV, I was like, I'm not gonna go for Panda. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna get, you know, like hundreds of points in one day. Although LMV, they last PMPL, they said this is what they do all the time. They just kind of throw the first couple days, and then I think they got like a 96 point day or something just to, you know, that last day to qualify. So apparently this is the pattern of what they do. So I mean, I wouldn't want to be a team to kind of be that would be my pattern of you know, just waiting to the last day to finally show up to qualify. I'd much rather be like RESQ, like Shockwave, like Panda. They're just sitting nice and pretty. It's like no worries. As we do have the circle, it comes up a little bit. We could have a good old-fashioned Watertown finish, Hip Rain.
We could, but something to actually note as well is Panda have already moved within the circle before it closed. So they're actually, for the first time in a long time, set up and not just chasing the blue. So I'm going to be curious to see where they go and what they do now. They've got this pretty much this side of the map where they are right now, all to themselves. Nobody is near them. Swat 69 have actually closed in towards Storm. Shockwave, and might be looking for a bit of a fight there fairly soon. Panda going to be untouched, and we might see RESQ join up with Conqueror fairly soon in for a bit of a scrap. So these teams are now starting to find each other out, and we might start to see some action on this second circle.
And we got Shockwave coming down from Severny, Swat 69, actually rotating past them. Actually, it's a pretty nice rotation from Swat 69 at this point, just parking their garage inside. Right, when you got your vehicles like this, you can't just kind of leave them all over the place, because you're gonna get your car, or you're gonna get your car shot at, and all your tires popped. But Shockwave, I think Nightmare, he's their in-game leader, just identifying, hey, there's a full team over here. I'm gonna come back, give him a little more breathing room. So you can see the previous games from day 1, day 2, at this point in the game, 10 minutes in, we've usually seen, you know, maybe losing 1, 2, a couple of fights. We've literally seen 0 action. Like, it's been a pretty dry start for the match today, Hip Rain.
I'm pretty sure this 3rd and 4th circuit, if we continue on this rate, are going to be very tight, very congested. And interestingly enough, it is, we're not, for the first time ever, we're not seeing SWAT 69 just constantly in fights. They're actually playing as a unit. They're just looting up, getting themselves ready for the action. And this could be a good new playstyle for them. Most Wanted and Clear are fairly close to each other for the moment, but they can definitely hear each other. They know each other around, but it looks like not going to get too close. Not going to go for anything quite yet.
Yeah, we saw Marley in the distance. He's the only player in this lobby with PMGC, PUBG Mobile Global Championship experience, having played on Team Godsent last year. Blast coming in just on the kind of potato hill, just overlooking onto, actually that's a massive rotation from them, because they came down from the military base, came over on that eastern bridge and sent it into the center. So I really like how much more aggressively Blast is playing. I mean, I mean, they kind of have to, right? This kind of forced their hand, because they're in 16th place at the bottom of the leaderboards.
Yeah, it's really on these bottom teams to step it up, I think. Does look like Conqueror, a team who actually really bounced back yesterday. You know, they're not in top 8, but they're just below it. They're in 9th place, I believe, at the moment. They had an amazing bounce back yesterday. They were finding consistently high placements. They were taking a lot of fights and winning a lot of fights. I think the reason they placed 9 was I think they had a couple of bad maps where they got wiped quite early and didn't really get any eliminations. But for the most part, pretty impressive stuff coming out from them.
Yeah, we just saw an opening knock from Storm onto LMV. I'm not really seeing anything more in the kill feed, so I'm guessing it was just some kind of long range shot, and just kind of, you know, they're going to be out in the blue, so it looks like they're gonna they're leaving Hidan. I don't think there's a way to get him. Circle actually closes. Okay, this is once again closing right onto 5 threats in the middle of the circle. Let's see if they can defend from within the blue compound that they're in at. I like Antho's a little bit of an off angle. Looks like Perks, though, their top fragger on the team, having to be pushed into the position of 1 versus 3, and it was just, I mean, getting the damage from the blue, having 3 players of Storm, not really, just getting a little bit overwhelmed. So that's going to put LMV, we wanted them to have a great game, and so far they've lost 2 players and are the only team that is down to 50% capacity.
Yeah, that is not the start you need for LMV, getting knocked out, 2 members down, and now they can probably only really play for placement points. Maybe try and steal a few kills on the side. That is a potential option for them.
Lou just went down.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, Clear's also knocked as well. There's a lot of action breaking out, actually. Have to keep our eye on that one, because all of a sudden, all of these teams are starting to get real scrappy. LMV only 1 player left, and Storm going to make their way back towards that blue. 2 kills for Storm already, 2 for Savage, and 1 for TSC. Does look like Conqueror and Clear are looking for a potential fight here. Smokes are going down. I'm not actually sure who they're fighting, because it looks like they got their back to the wall. As GK First is actually going to go very, very low. Conqueror are the ones taking a fight with them. GK First being one of those kind of top players for Panda. Isolated on this high ground on his own. He has got Lang coming up behind him, though, so should be A-okay. But this is the Panda problem we saw yesterday. Completely separated from one another, and now they're one of their top players is stuck on top of a hill, taking a lot of fire from Conqueror.
Yeah, so GK First, usually Panda has like that one that goes ahead, kind of scouts it out a little bit. Fortunately for GK First, he is going to be at the pretty high upper ground. They actually harassed Conqueror out of this position, because that's exactly where Conqueror was before. GK First, though, he was your top fragger from day number 1, but yesterday somehow only had 4 kills in total. So Panda definitely looking to, it was a little bit of a fall from grace. I would say a little bit of a stumble, and the other teams are definitely able to come over them as we hop onto, looks like LakoNostra knocking the first player of Most Wanted. This is a team that we want to Most Wanted. Just, they need to work on their defensive. They need to work on being able to kill the team that is pushing onto them. Looks like Savage throwing yet another nade, flushing the kill onto Trap as Ernori trying to get that little bit of an off angle. It's going to be Hardman, though, to be able to get the knock, as Savage now wrapping around and trying to find ads. Ads is going to come up a little bit closer onto the tree. This is proving, I think 1 casualty either side, but it's going to be up to LakoNostra or Most Wanted to clean this one up on the eastern side of the circle. Ernori actually gets knocked 1 more time. Hiprain,
nice shot there.
Who do you think is going to win this game? Or win this fight, actually?
This fight or this game? That's a very open one. I think, honestly, Most Wanted have got themselves to the high ground, and as you can see, Ad's getting another knock, and now Eren pushing from that low ground. Ad gonna get hurt a little bit there as he goes prone. Killer in this building has got a great line of sight. Eren also gonna get under fire here. Killer's got a really nice position to back his team up from a different angle, but XTEAM might be looking to collapse in on this fight, as actually they're just gonna storm past it. Hardman trying to get himself repositioned. The smokes are down, though, so he can't quite see Bujo. He's going to spray in, though, find himself the kill onto him, and that's now just going to be a Nori in the smoke alone, trying to scurry away, but he's already knocked. Killer can only cover for his team. Most Wanted look like they're going to be able to take this fight and take this win here.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for LakoNostra. I mean, I'm good for Killer. He was actually able to steal one of the kills away from Clear, from Clear onto Team Swat 69. But we're down to 15 teams now, Most Wanted. I mean, good for them. We were like, we want them to be able to fight a little bit more defensively, and that's exactly what they did, to defend their position from LakoNostra on this side of the circle.
Did cost them a player, unfortunately, so it does mean while they got themselves those 3 kills, it now means that they will be a man down for the rest of the game. There's still 52 people alive in this lobby, so we've got a lot to worry about. LMV being knocked out early, 0 kills, 0 placement points. That is not the start they needed for the beginning of a day where they really needed to come alive. But on the edge of the circle, Most Wanted can just hold this position and kind of block Killer from leaving that building.
Yeah, Blast coming in. We see, a member of SWAT 69 on the buggy. And PNL actually staying camped behind this little Jeep and able to get the 2-piece onto Blast. And I was saying, like, Blast really good for them. And actually just got 3-piece by PNL from SWAT 69. Blast, what happened? SWAT 69 coming up huge right now. So many kills.
He just popped off the buggy cover, but he will get knocked down in the meanwhile. Everybody's getting real scrappy as they find that knock, and that's going to be one of Storm actually getting knocked down as well. Action is just starting to really come alive. It was a very slow start, Monica, but when you got this many teams all collapsing in a very small area, you're going to see everybody start to pop off. It's been a little bit quiet from the likes of Panda as they haven't managed to secretly get themselves a kill, but they're in a fight with Storm right now, looking to take out one of the front runners in this fight. The smokes have gone down, but you can also see SWAT 69 with their remaining members trying to see if they can just steal away a couple of kills, but Storm are actually in a really, really rough position, heavily pincered here, and Panda are pushing up, trying to get closer and closer towards Storm, as Conqueror also fairly close as well. This could get really hairy. Storm are going to find themselves on knockers. There's going to be a kill taken away by 5 threats, and Storm are eliminated. Everybody was just picking them apart like vultures.
This is almost the exact same circle that we saw first game Erangel from day number 1 Panda. This is perfect for them because they just took out the team that was right below them in the standings. It's actually come back onto Pachinki now. We have TSC up into the Pachinki Hills area, 5 threats just kicking themselves right now because that was where they were before. They shifted into the open fields away from Pachinki to get into the center, and now they have to come all the way back. They're just like, can we just get like an undo, Control Z, just go back a couple of circles so they can just stay there. But it's definitely that Northwestern crunch. I'm not sure how these teams are going to get in, but TSC, I mean, that's one of the teams at the bottom. If you remember Hip Rain, they're going to be able to farm a lot of kills as these teams are all going to be sending and rotating on past them. 5 threats under fire from Team Panda.
Yeah, Panda trying to get them, but there's actually someone shooting at Panda as well. Conqueror also nearby. They've been able to find themselves one knock onto one of the 5 threat members, and 5 threats are just going to have to sacrifice him. As 5 threats are just getting shot wherever they go. Everybody is buckled down. And 5 threats are just able to get away with that as Rescue have this low ground, but they are going to have to look to rotate now. And that means 5 threats could shoot into Rescue as they try to make their way in towards the circle. And that's looking like exactly what they're going to be doing here. Rescue has to be careful, though, because Panda are also up on this high ground. Remember, Panda like to play in the blue. They're quite happy to sit out there and tank it a little bit longer to make sure they get a safer rotation. It looks like Rescue actually going to be bombing towards Action here. Although Action engaged in a fight with 5 threats from the looks of things as well. This Tick going to take a couple of shots as he's going to have to just hop out and get towards the building. Rescue just bombing towards safety so they can buckle down. Looks like we're going to have a town finishes. That's going to be a knock there from Tick. He's got the nade as well, so he should be able to finish this one up onto Unreal. Don't think there's going to be too much he's going to be able to do about this, but again, not entirely sure where everybody else is. Through the window it goes. Doesn't quite get close enough to kill Unreal, so Unreal will just be knocked for the moment as they're going to look to try and find him out and flush him out with the nades.
Yeah, Rescue, they're not quite within the circle yet. I think Tick maybe have a foot into the circle, but yeah, down in the bunkers though, the rest of the team Doom trying to get a little bit of revenge on their one fallen teammate. All right, Rescue. This could prove very, very bad for Rescue as Hyper does get knocked from one grenade. Rescue, they're going to have to continue to smoke it up, but the nades are absolutely unrelentless as it comes into their laps, but Hyper is able to kind of shuffle on back. Only one player from Dune harassing Rescue's positioning as Savage does get taken out in 12th position.
Just laying down the smokes. The SWAT 69 are going to get taken out. Rescue trying to spray through into the smoke, but it's so hard to move forward through this bunker as they just don't know what they're firing at. And Doom are actually going to recall. They're going to decide not to take this fight versus Rescue. Rescue are in a pretty comfortable position, but Rescue don't know that this fight's over. So they're still wasting resources into basically nothing right now. Doom,
the black hole,
got a nice position down here, but they are down in members right now. Oh, no, they are. They've got all 4. I'm an idiot. They're just very separated from one another. Rescue going to move up, try and get away from the edge of the circle, and maybe try and find themselves a nice building that they can call home for the moment.
Yeah, Rescue was just given kind of a free rotation. From the bunkers, nobody's watching them. They're just able to slip into the city and just get in. And you see how spread out Doom is. So we're going to have kind of the front. The Rescue has actually been able to basically rotate right in front of Doom. So it's only 0. He's your top 2 fragger from yesterday, fighting against the top 1 and the top 3 fraggers, Rescue. But again, Rescue, somehow everyone in the lobby has just let them just slip on through their fingers, get within the circle, and they're going to have actually one of the best spots in the circle, the compounds just on that southeastern edge, if they can make their way all the way there.
There's still 29 players and 10 teams alive. And look how tight this circle is. It's going to be a constant onslaught of action as Tick gets knocked, Coyote gets knocked, and just like that, Coyote's going to go down. And Rescue are starting to lose some members. Panda have the high ground here and spraying down onto TSC on this low ground. Panda have an amazing position on top of this church as they are just trying to see if they can take out some of these TSC members. Albi going pretty low and 5 threats are going to get knocked out. We're starting to lose players and we're starting to lose teams at an unprecedented pace. That's going to be the knock there from DK first. Able to take out one. And Shockwave also getting eliminated. Conqueror getting eliminated. I'm just reading off the kill feed because there's too much action. We can't watch it all. Look at everybody just collapsing. The whole field is covered in smokes right now. It's so hard to see anything. Everybody is just throwing nades and smokes. It's going crazy as Panda has looking for the 1v1. Gonna get knocked in response here, but they're trying to find the turnaround. They're fighting uphill though as Panda coming in for the spray. Marley's gonna get knocked as well, and Panda are starting to come alive. TSC are losing people. Albi's gonna go down as well. GK first, he's gonna get knocked. Leng looking for the follow-up, looking for the finish up onto TSC, and they should just be able to knock them out. Panda, we needed a good game from them, and this is the good game.
This was the Panda that we were looking for, able to clean up on TSC, but not long for the game at all because Clear is able to come up third party and finish out Panda. But while that was happening, Rescue able to get Tick back up on his feet, only losing Coyote in the process as Doom is now under fire. Clear out of the match as well. Doom Action, I think, just was not aware of his angles. We got 2 players knocked from Doom, only 2 left alive as Most Wanted is gifted the circle. If Christmas came early, they were definitely on Santa's nice list because the circle is only favorable for them. XTEAM, they have to come out of the compounds, down the hill just a little bit. But again, wide open fields for them. Most Wanted should be able to farm some kills here. They only have 7 right now as Rescue. I mean, this was a team in #1 and they're still able to place themselves in at least top 4. Blood is going to be knocked. That's going to be really detrimental because they got 10 seconds to start making their way into the circle. Hyper, he's going to really want to knock here, holding the hard angle onto Nightmare from XTEAM. But again, Most Wanted, they've got the best spot here. A nade comes out from Psyox to knock Blood as Doom. As another one is about to bite the .0, able to just slip out of the grasp of Hyper though, as he goes for the flush onto Unreal.
Hyper does get one. That's another one for Rescue. They do want that, but Most Wanted, they needed a good game, and they are having that good game. If a couple more teams can get knocked out, they're going to be in places. That's going to be the headshot coming in from Hardman. He finds the knock, and it's trying to see if they can finish up the kill here, trying to get that a little bit of additional points for the team. Most Wanted having an absolutely phenomenal performance, and Doom are knocked out. Hyper we'll make sure of that one. And we're down to our bottom 3 teams, our top 3 teams. XTEAM, all 4 players alive. It's been a pretty quiet one from them, all things considered. Most Wanted and Rescue have been fighting constantly. And now XTEAM are starting to light up Most Wanted. Ads is going to get knocked, and he's going to get flushed any second now. He's trying to get behind his car to safety. As Ghoul, who had an amazing 1 versus 4 on day 1, is able to try and get that a little bit of additional damage. Eren trying to fight uphill as Rescue trying to make their way up forward as Blood going to get knocked. Ads is also going to get taken out here. And it looks like XTEAM with this high ground are just going to be able to press their advantage and make it so hard for Most Wanted. 2 versus 4. Can they do it? The circle's going to be closing in, and Nightmare's just going to throw down the nades and try and flush them out for the moment. They're going to pressure up. Hardman is going to be going very, very low, taking a lot of pop shots. Eren healing up behind that tree, but it's just nades getting thrown down constantly, and it's making life so hard right now for the side of Most Wanted. Here comes Bimmy, looking to try and finish up Hardman, but he's going to take a lot of shots from Eren on the side as Eren's going to get knocked. That's going to be the last player, Hardman, they just need to push up onto, who's half health, and they're going to be able to finish it up. XTEAM, get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I was really hoping for Eren and Hardman. They're the dynamic twin duo from Team Most Wanted, but still second place for Hardman. And I think they had about 8 or so kills to show for the game. Very, very great game to start off day number 3 for them. And then XTEAM, they were the ones that were literally in 8th place. Getting the win in game number 1 is going to put them way higher in the top 8 standings, and it's going to make them feel a little bit safer now. You know, they're not on the cusp of not qualifying, so that's going to add a lot more pressure on a team like Savage, who did go out a little early, and they were only 1 placement higher than them in 7th.
And Most Wanted got a lot of points as well there, and considering they were 3rd from bottom, they really needed that. Absolutely incredible stuff from them. Let's have a look at the match scores at the end of this game and see how many points were accrued for our teams. Obviously, we know who took first. It was an amazing game from XTEAM and a very needed one for them. Most Wanted accrued themselves 20 points. Panda, back on the board a little bit. It wasn't quite as impressive as some of those 30-point games we saw from them, but finishing in top 4, a much needed to get win for them. RESQ got 15 points as well, so they still remain in that first place.
Yeah, the thing here is TSC, their fatal error here is as soon as the circle shifted off church, they all went into that dip. And this is what Panda does. This almost the exact same circle. Remember that red compounds just to the west of Pachinki? Savage was there and Panda just came at the 11th hour, crashed up on the back, took their position. That's exactly what Panda did this game as well. The TSC should have left maybe like 2 at the church, having that massive overwatch position, waited until the blue was literally on their backs until nobody was going to be crashing up behind them again, and then came up forward into the dip. But they all went in the dip. Panda literally just for free came up to the church, came on the 2nd floor, and that's the worst angle you could possibly have, having somebody on that church hill shooting down at you in the dip, because it's not really a dip anymore, it's just a trap.
I mean, XT just played quiet until the end of the game and then had a members advantage. I don't know how they avoided anyone at the end of that fight when there was so many teams in such a small circle, but they just seemed to get in the best position without having to fight for it, and then just won the game off the back of that. Let's have a little look at the other side and see our bottom 8 teams from this game. You'll notice with both Shockwave and Storm only were able to get themselves 3 points, so that is not particularly the greatest game for them, considering that they have been slipping from that top 3 spot now. And LMV, not the game they needed. They are really in a bad place going into match number 2.
Yeah, LMV, maybe they still need to wake up a little bit. I mean, all these teams, they went back, kind of watched the VODs, kind of just to get ready for today. And I think it's they'll have a lot of time, or they've had a lot of time to kind of discuss what kind of happened, how to kind of set up a little bit better for the rest of them. But yeah, blast them. They're at our bottom. LMV also kind of that bottom half. It's definitely not looking great for them so far, because now it's 4 games left to get those points that they need to qualify.
Exactly, you are completely right, Monica. 4 games left, and there's only 8 teams who can make it through. We're going to be dropping on Sanhok for our 2nd map of the day, but before that, we're going to cut to a quick break. So see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL qualifiers. We started on an explosive one where a lot of teams were in a very small space and it was just constant action. That shakes things up a little bit. We did see, Most Wanted get a second place there. XTEAM, who were in top 8 but towards the bottom, take the first. It really, really shook things up. And before we get going and before we get into Sanhok, I actually do want to just have a look at the overall standings and see where we are at the end of that game and what this means going into game number 2. RESQ are at the top with 124 points. Panda still in third. Shockwave in second. And I believe we're going to come back to that in a moment. There we are. Panda in second. Shockwave in third. Team Doom slowly climbing up the ladder. They started yesterday in 10th. Now they start today in 5th. And after one game, up to 4th. They are really climbing their way up. XTEAM have moved into 7th as well. Clear is somehow not actually knocked down yet. I thought that they would be in 8th by now. But overall, must be all right for them. Looking pretty good so far. Let's have a look at the other side, though. Look at the teams that need to catch up. 87 points is where 8th is right now. Keep that in mind. So, in 9th place, Most Wanted on 66 points. So they got a long way to go, but Most Wanted have gone from, I think, 14th to 9th in one game. Absolutely flawless for them. They need to do that again, though, if they want to try and climb into that top 8.
Yeah, they knew that they need to do that a couple times over because the difference in 8th to 9th place, so Savage, they have 87 points, and then Most Wanted, they have 66 points. That's like a 21 difference. Now we're starting to see the little rift between the top 8 and the bottom 8. So you said, like, I'm not sure how clear is still up there. I think it's because, like, these teams down here, we didn't really see, like, the majority of these teams here, with the exception of Most Wanted, they all kind of went out like beyond the top 5 or so. So it didn't really shake things up. Maybe it shifted them around a little bit at the bottom, but it didn't really shift anyone up into the top 8 for sure. So it's still like top 8 is starting to kind of secure themselves. Now top 8 is kind of playing for, like, who is going to be top 1, who's going to be kind of higher, because it's all about the bragging rights, right? I mean, at the end of the day, they just need to be in top 8, but it's for them to be able to say, like, we made top 1 from PMPL West EU qualifiers, and to be able to say that later on.
Well, it's a big statement, but it also gives you, a bit of confidence going into the main PMPL itself. So, if you are one of the top teams, one of the top 3, you kind of go in with that kind of, that bit of bravado and that little bit of confidence that will carry you through into the actual season itself. So, it's one of those things where, it's not just, you don't get anything extra other than just, the mental boost you would get from having that. But we are going to be jumping on Sanhok, which has been typically a bit of a crazy one. I don't think we've had a normal map of Sanhok so far. Yesterday, hark back to Panda with 100 meds or something, just trying to stay alive in the blue. So we'll see how this is how this Sanhok's gonna go. I'm expecting more shenanigans, so to speak, because so far Sanhok has been very fun to watch, actually, for me. I'm sure, I know the players aren't as keen on it, but I bloody love it. It's great.
Yeah, the Panda shenanigans. This is the part 3, because day 1, remember, they lost 2 players to TSC out in the blue, and then the other 2 players wiped TSC as a 2 versus 4 out in the blue zone by Sami. And then day 2 yesterday, remember, Panda Lin was the one that I actually went back and watched. So he started his, like, med strat at the 17-minute mark. All right, so he's like picking up all the first A's. He's way out in the blue, and then 5 minutes later, that's when Shockwave number 3, Shockwave. That's when Shockwave died, and then he continued to med for another, like in total, he did his med strat. Can you imagine how boring that must have been? He was just medding for 7 minutes straight. But literally, when he started med stratting, there was still 15 teams left in the lobby, and he was able to get from 15th to 2nd. With 50 first aids. So the shenanigans indeed on Sanhok from Panda.
It was shenanigans, but it was self-inflicted shenanigans as well, because they kept taking really silly fights where they were outnumbered, and then suddenly they're like, well, we can only play for, like, placement now. Somehow it worked out for them, mainly because all the teams were fighting the route they were taking towards the circle, so they were just able to loot every med they could find on the way in. So yeah, they had a lot of meds to work with, but even so, we saw Panda this time group up, and they did way better. They got knocked out earlier than maybe expected, but they did play a lot better on that one. So I want to see them stay as a group again, because as a cohesive unit, Panda are very, very good. Now, pretty standard playing path here. Not anything too out of the ordinary. So we'll see kind of where the circle's going to go. And that could, really... I could spell out what's going to be the plan for this game.
Yeah, the
Oh, no, it won't. Don't worry.
looks like we're just have a little pause again, but Panda, if they can bring all 4 players into the end game, you've seen them just clean up. But it's when they lose 2, they lose, etc. That's when they. I mean, any team, if they lose or multiple players on their team, it's lowering your fighting capacities. You're not going to be taking those 4-on-4 fights. Like if a whole team comes to fight at you, you're pretty much one and done, 2 versus 4, and can't really do much for it. So yeah, Sanhok, I think it's really just kind of like RNG. You drop, and then it's literally half the size of Erangel and Miramar. So we see it's a much shorter game, right? The Sanhoks usually go for like 24 minutes or so, but versus Erangel, Miramar, they go beyond like the 30-minute mark of action, just because it's so much more compact. Players where they get caught in those early game engagements, and we usually see kind of like duos, like yesterday in Sanhok, we saw it was 2 from Doom up above. There was like 1 player from Shockwave. TSC actually naded themselves and died, remember? And then it was just the 1 player from Panda. So less strong teams.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully we'll be getting into this map fairly soon. But yeah, it has been a bit of an upset one. I think Miramar's been a bigger upset map for me, just because we've seen a lot of like bottom teams place high on that map for the last 2 days. When Sanhok has been a bit of a coin flip, it's kind of like, oh well, I guess this team wins. Maybe today we'll see, one of our top teams actually really step up. I believe it was actually RESQ who got their first win though on Sanhok on the day one.
On day 1, yeah.
If I cast my mind back, yeah. So it has also birthed our top team as well in a way. So maybe RESQ might be looking to try and find themselves another top 1 on this map. We'll have to keep our eyes on. Like you said, though, it's the smaller maps and more action, faster paced game. Circle does do less damage as well, hence why the med strike was able to work for Panda in the end. So there's a few different things you can play around a little bit differently on this map than you can on the others. Miramar, longer range guns, very open, lots of mountains and things to use for high ground. This is everybody's going to get crammed really, really quick, and Panda are going to be in the blue because that's how they like to do it. I'm trying to think back to yesterday's game. I think it was Doom who won, right? And it's just because they got themselves a really good position. They positioned really, really well on top of that mountain where nobody could get to them. And they were just able to spray down onto everyone. It was absolutely fantastic for them. So I want to keep my eyes on Doom because, like we said at the beginning of today, they've definitely crept up on us as a team who have kind of gone from this bottom 8 position to being, one of our top performing teams. So all eyes are really on Doom for me today as, our dark horse of the tournament.
Yeah, day number 1, I think they weren't even in the top 8 in day number 1.
Yeah.
Yesterday, amazing games. They were in fifth? I want to say 5th place, and then now are currently in 4th place, something like that. So it's slowly starting to build the momentum for them.
Yeah, I think they went from 10th on day 1 to 5th on day 2, and then they're 4th right now, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, we
looked at the scoreboard. My mind's already blanked. I don't know.
Yeah, we just forgot. I mean, it's such just like run all together for us. But for Doom, actually, yesterday we did talk after the game because you were able to identify Doom didn't have any meds. So Panda, Lin, he still had 7 first aids.
Yeah.
And what I think he died from was he had his gun like in his hand. You're supposed to like put it away when you med, because that slight second you have to put your gun away to start first aiding. That slight second, he just missed that last first aid. If he was able to use it, get into the bottom of the blue zone, and then continue to med strat from the bottom, I think he may have been able to win, because Doom they did not have any meds at all.
Yeah, no, Doom were out. They'd been fighting for ages. They were completely out of meds. So that could have been a Panda win. Like I said, maybe a few mechanical issues from him left them with that problem where they weren't able to find the win. But at the end of the day, a bit of a cheesy strat from Panda Doom played that very well. They got in a very good position. They recognized where the circle was going to be. They had that wonderful high ground, and everybody was fighting in the compound below, and they were just able to spray down and steal away some kills and play to complete safety. Yes, they got hit a couple of times, and yes, that did force them to use all their meds, but ultimately they farmed up a lot of kills, and they farmed up first place as well. So Doom, very, very impressive stuff from them. If we hop back to the last game, though, because we are still having a couple of technical issues, hence why we're still on our faces, unfortunately. I think, Conqueror, they got knocked out fairly early in that last game. And, they're another team who are up there now with Most Wanted, chasing that top 8. And I think it's very much within their grasp. And Conqueror were quite consistent yesterday. It was consistently kind of like, I wouldn't say middling, but like just above the kind of middle of the board. But they were taking some pretty good fights. They were farming up a few kills. And again, they're another team who started the day in a much lower position when they are. And now we've got at the top of the bottom 8, it's Most Wanted and Conqueror. I think if we're going to see two teams swap out into this top spot, it will be these two teams. I think the other teams are going to have, a lot of work to do to try and get there. The question for me is, if they're swapping out, who are they swapping out with? Is it going to be Clear? Is it going to be Savage? Or, are we going to see, XTEAM as well are up there as well. So there's a couple of teams that I could see kind of shifting and cycling out around this top spot, around the bottom of the top, I guess is the best way to word that.
Yeah, the bottom 8 is, like we said, there's a 21 point difference now. So it's definitely after the first game. We still have 4 games left, but it's definitely even harder for the teams in the bottom 8 to try to kind of claw their way up there. So I think that the teams that are kind of in that bottom 8 are a little bit more relaxed now that it's not quite so close to potentially go out, but it's still like, I mean, you could have the team in 9th place. Let's win this next one. That's going to be like average like 25 points. They're going to be right neck and neck, and then have like another one good game. They don't necessarily have to win, and then that would be in the top 8 for them for sure. But Sanhok, we are about to get started in there. Basically, I mean, Sanhok, it's definitely it's very hard to be consistent on Sanhok just because it's all the fights. Again, rotating is really hard because, I mean, we see in Erangel, we see in Miramar, lots of cars, easy to kind of rotate into the center, etc. But Sanhok, there's very few vehicle spawns, or if you do get a vehicle, it's like the pickup truck that you have 2 people sitting just out in the open, very easy to shoot off of. So Sanhok is more just kind of running on foot and then getting caught in the open from somebody that's hiding behind a rock or up on a hill that you may not be aware of.
Yeah, that's typically what we have seen a lot of on Sanhok. So, we'll keep our eyes on, where people are dropping and like their general play styles. While we got a brief moment, I kind of want to ask you about just the players and what players have impressed you. Let's kind of like screw the stats. What player have you seen that's really jumped out to you over the last 2 and now onto 3rd day?
Yeah, GK first from Panda was definitely the one that I probably would have said after day 1. I would have said like that's the one player that really jumps out to me. He was the top fragger from the first one, but it was not just him fragging. It was just being aware of positioning himself in a place that, hey, there's another fight happening over here. I'm gonna steal some of these kills, let them do all the work for me, because he only actually had 10 knockouts from day 1, but he had 18 eliminations. That means there's 8 stolen kills that he ended up taking from that first day. And the second day from yesterday, we actually had something kind of similar happen where Savage Esports, Samo Ray 20, he actually only had 4 knockouts and 10 eliminations. I mean, 6 of those kills he just completely stole away from some other team. But enough about that. We're getting right into Sanhok this time. Still, I mean, Sanhok's so small enough you can get anywhere you really want to, but this one's a little bit more favor on that northeastern side. LMV, definitely really happy with this one, along with SVG, who do land up in that northeast section.
Yeah, a little bit off center, but it's still such a small map that it doesn't really matter too much on that front. But we are loading through. We'll see where this circle is going to go as well. That's going to be the big thing for us. Let's keep our eyes on that one.
Look at
we didn't see the circle for the last map, did we? No. Okay. Ooh. So not so central for once. could see it shift off onto that island.
Okay,
This
so
is
these teams,
definitely gonna
they're,
throw a wrench for some of these teams. Go.
I mean, they're looking at this and they're like, we got deja vu for yesterday's Sanhok. Like, well, it could land right in the hill. So I think some of these teams they're gonna think a little bit more. They're like, hey, where were we last time, and how can we do better from the last game, or do exactly the same thing from last time to get the same result. LMV though, I mean, we saw them. They usually like to land up in the Mongnai area. But this time around, they're landing into the compounds just to the west of Paradise. And Paradise, they have Noshi, who does land just on the outskirts here. And he was like, who is this? Because they had not all tournament had anyone land this close to them. So Talon's kind of running for the hills now. Good for him, because in Sanhok, we saw the last two Sanhoks where LMV had players that they were picked off a little bit too early. Here we are in the docks in the southeast section. Blast, Nakai, having to stay very, very quiet from LakoNostra.
Could be in for a bit of hurt here as Bujo gonna make his way onto the boat. Oh, Nakai, this could be scary. He might be able to get up a couple of kills. He might get killed himself. Oh my lord. Bujo may see him in a second. He's running around on board that boat. Do they know that he's here? I feel they do.
They know he's here.
They know he's
yeah. I mean, they're clearing out the areas together, but this is such a scary place because docks is just, I mean, there's so many little places to hide. And you see these like boats, these little freight boats, anywhere that this person could be hiding. So he just needs to like stay quiet, because eventually LakoNostra, they're like, the circle's on the literal opposite side of the circle. I was just like, I don't know if he sees him. He definitely does not see him here. But yeah, the circle's on literally the opposite side of the map from them, so they can't really waste that much time looking for one guy. So what's probably going to happen is they either find him, or they're just gonna, let's just go for the circle and just forget about this, because it's not really worth it for the 1 point.
Oh, Blaster actually looking for someone on the other team for now. Can they find him? Circling the water. Is Nakai going to get knocked? Nakai going to get killed? Blast down a member. And they're looking for Killer, but Killer actually might be able to avoid them here. They're going building by building, searching for him. I think Killer's going to get found. Can he find the 1 versus 3, though, is the big one. If he pulls this off, he can knock Blast out real early. He's looking to open fire. They know where he is now. This could get harder. He's going in for SnowX. Killer get a lot of damage off the knocks there. That's going to be the trade out. Both of these teams are going to be down a player for the rest of the map.
I mean, it's definitely the predator became the prey, right? Like we had one player from LakoNostra taking out one of the players from Blast, and then we just quickly switched on the other half of the team. And it's literally the reverse. Where 3 players from Blast had Killer isolated. They're doing it perfectly, clearing out the buildings all together. And then when one was starting to get shot at, they were able to identify exactly which window Killer was shooting out of and take him out. So LakoNostra, I mean, for them, this is way outside the circle, losing 1 for each. It's going to be hard for either of these 2 teams to do very well this match, because they have a hell of a long way home into that northwestern circle.
Yeah, absolutely. We may just see them look to try and play tidy up. We may just see them spike go for each other now. Off the back of that, we'll keep our eyes on them for the moment. But we are looking at XTEAM, who actually had a pretty good showing. Just looking over the ridge, seeing if they can see Storm. I think they probably saw some movement on the hill. So just setting up to deal with that. But it looks like, you know, it's quite a distance away from them. There's too many hills, so I don't think they're really going to hang too long around here. Storm got himself locked down in this compound. And Storm are a team who, you know, we had high expectations for. They had a great day 1. Day 2, pretty lackluster. Our first map of today, pretty bad as well. So Storm, they're in that top 8 spot, but they really need to find the bounce back.
Storm Gaming, this is the organization from Brazil. They have an EU team now. We see Blast actually finding player from Marley. So actually Blast able to collect 2 kills right off the back of the start of this game. But now we have Conqueror coming down from Paradise, finding out onto looks like LMV this time, but Itachi. So it knocks either way. 2 actually down from LMV. Now it's gonna be Liu and Hidan. Hidan out in the rocks. Had a little bit of an off angle, but Lou, I think I guess Conqueror, they're going for the revives here. LMV, they do have the opportunity to go for the revive themselves, but Lou, I think, looking to defend from Noshi, who's about to push up onto them, throws a grenade out the utilities. We see utilities are so very important here as Talon is flushed on out. Another one actually bouncing back. Actually, no, they threw it in, just missed out on Lou, but Noshi creeping up even closer to
this
Lou.
Could be a good nade.
He actually heard the footsteps stop, so he knew he was trying to go for the revive as they're trying to push up now. Noshi taking just a little bit of damage. But yeah, it's LMV 3 versus 4 against Conqueror.
Another nade's going to go down, going to be a little bit wide. Perks is up, so Perks can now reposition and heal. Lou just going to hold this spot here, but Conqueror have this gate to work with. And knock comes through. Hidan also healed up. LMV down that player though, making this very hard. Conqueror, they need to keep this going because this has been great for them so far. Yep. They need a good start. Hidan's coming in on the long run, trying to get this knock, but he has to go prone to try and avoid the shots. Perks is going to push up behind the rock. He's going to get knocked himself. Hidan trying to find the turnaround. Can he make it happen? He's going to heal for the moment as Perks has been knocked. Lou's going to go down as well. Now they're looking for the tidy up, but Hidan, he's going to have to make this happen. Going to find himself one knock, looking for the second, able to get it. Now he's getting pushed up by Phantom. He's going to look for Phantom. Phantom's going low. That's going to be the 1 versus 3. What a turnaround for LMV. Just wiping them. Hidan, a hero.
Hidan, the in-game leader, able to clutch it up and get the 3-piece onto Conqueror. And this is perfect for LMV because Conqueror is one of the teams that's only 1 or 2 standings right above them, but looks like Savage. They heard the fight. They're coming to clean out off. Hidan's like, let's get the hell out of here. Jump off the cliff, down into the water, and they're going to be little minnows down below and just waiting here. But Savage, they could have come just a tiny bit earlier before LMV had the chance to react. But Hidan, they're going to be down the water. They're going to be hugging it on down. Savage just send one down to the beach to be able to find that little bit of an off angle while the rest stay up above, not letting LMV go anywhere. But wow, that was definitely going in the highlight reel for this tournament. Hidan just absolutely out of his mind playing.
That was amazing from Hidan. Savage coming to try and just crash the party. Perks is separated from, so LMV definitely going to be very split up now, which could be a problem for them. Those 3 kills are good, but LMV, it needs to be more than just the kills now. It needs to be the placement if they want to stay in this game. As 5 threats on the boat, just looking to get into the circle and rotating around in a pretty... I like this rotation, actually. It means they're going to be pretty much uncontested. Nobody's near them right now, other than Most Wanted. But Most Wanted are on land and I'm a long way away.
It's just the boats. It's scary though because you take about 40 shots, that thing is blowing up. So if you have your entire team in the boat, it's really, really scary. But once again, Hip Rain, Northwestern Circle. I think I've seen this one shift though, just based on where it essentially is at. It's going to be a little bit more on the western coast as we switch on to LakoNostra. Remember Bujo, Savage, they had that little early game scuffle with Blast. They lost one that was going to be killer, and now finding themselves in the blue. They really haven't moved all that much. Now finding TSC. Looks like all the members of TSC around them are going to be pretty much on their knees except for Gumball. LakoNostra, they really need to clean this one up. They know they have one knock. He's definitely reviving on back here. They need to push quickly, hustle around the corner. I think they right here, they don't know exactly where he's at because they're clearing out all the different corners. At some point, they have to be able to fight. They don't know where he's at. Now TSC, they're really bleeding out. One is going to be knocked, about to be flushed out. 2 of them just behind the corner. LMV pushing all together. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 fight as one does go down. And Bujo able to clear that one up. So for them, LMV, this is perfect for them. They're going to be able to get a lot of points here. 4 kills found so far. Moza Makach, that is the little Albanian that they taught me. Means great job for them, but so far outside of the circle.
You've been sitting on that all weekend. Finally getting to say it, but they do have these they do have the boats, so they can reposition into the circle if they want and take the I'd say, like you said, the boat is dangerous because it can blow up fairly easy, but it also does give you a fairly safe rotation in the sense that there's not too many people in that area, so it's something they can work around. As Savage are fairly close to Shockwave right now, and Storm are just over that hill as well. I'm not entirely sure what Cinco's doing. I think he's doing a bit of parkour for the moment.
You know, it'd be really funny to see. So what I've seen before is like when there's so much water like there is in this circle, sometimes people with the boats, they just go and they just chill. Like they have a little 7-day cruise. They just sit out in the circle, just on the edge out in the water. I've seen that happen before. So that's like if they can't find an easy entry in the circle, because we do have Doom kind of all spread out on that northwestern side, they might just, you know, go enjoy their little cocktails, like just have, you know, some all you can eat buffet. But by threats, they're going to be looking to have a much better performance than the last game as Savage. Zero C caught in the side from Team Shockwave. That's also able to just spot him out and take him out of the match already.
Stormer got this nice high ground and they can look down. Savage, we're trying to gatekeep the bridge, but maybe pushing up a little bit too much. They had a nice position on that bridge, but they decided, nah, we're gonna aggress even further inwards. And look at this. 5 threats have just taken the long speedboat path around. Doom, I believe, should see them now because they got a couple people.
Yeah, that's definitely, they can just see the you know, little steam coming out from the top of the boat for sure. So hopefully, I mean, 5 threats, I'm getting a little bit scared for them because they're coming dangerously close to action as the circle is about to close one more time.
Look at Panda. They're so spread out. This is what we saw from them yesterday on this map as well. You got
who's behind the LakoNostra?
Camp. I don't know.
LakoNostra.
Oh, it is. Yes, yeah. Is it the whole squad? It's the whole squad. It looks like 5 threats might find themselves in a fight with Doom though. As circle closing up towards the bridge on the northern end of the island. 5 threats. I think they're gonna have to stop having their mimosas on their speedboat and get set up as ads. Getting shot in the water here by Shockwave.
Yep.
Minus hasn't been able to quite finish him off though, so I should be able to get to safety just about.
Yeah, the thing about being in the water is if you get knocked, you're immediately drowning. There's no redemption, like getting revived or anything like that. You don't float to the top. You're just dead. And we mentioned yesterday, Shockwave, they're so good at rotating and they're so good at positioning themselves. They are so spread out over the hot ting area. They had the one stay back here because he knew. A perfect little lean peek from Nightmare, their in-game leader. But I mean, Shockwave, they anticipated. There's definitely going to be people swimming across the slow peninsula to rotate, and they're reaping the benefits of the setup that they have going on right now.
They really are. Bit of a return from Shockwave. We needed this. They had a pretty rough day yesterday. They had a bad start to today as well. Getting themselves a couple of kills, and people are kind of just coming into them. They got a fantastic position here within the circle, and Most Wanted are now heavily scattered. This rotation in the water has cost them heavily as 5 threats have been able to get out of the water and get themselves set up, but Doom are looking to fight them. Zero is quite a distance off, but we've seen this quite a lot from Doom, where they keep 3 people in a compound, and then the 4th man is miles away from the team at a completely different angle. And it makes advancing really hard because you just get sideswiped by the person on that side. So it's really nice stuff from Doom. We see this quite a lot from them. And they've been doing really good with it. But now, LakoNostra actually coming in on a flank on that fight. But we're looking at the next team of Blast who are having a bit of a scrap here. Nightmare going to be able to get the knock with the nade. And Blast is just getting under serious fire here. Another nade's going to go out just to try and get another knock. And that is going to be Blast getting knocked out. XTEAM with a full wipe.
So XTEAM, they came off the back of the win on the first game just now in Erangel, but you saw every single one of those knocks was with the grenade. The advantages of this is just you never have to peek yourself and expose yourself to the gunshots from your opposing team. It's just the nades. It's just pretty much just kind of, I don't want to say free kills because it does take quite a bit of skill to be able to cook your nades right, land them in the perfect spot. But XTEAM, that was the most cleanest wipe that I've seen all tournament. Now we got Namad. He's gonna be knocked. And I mean, there's no hope saving him now. Blue Zone coming in. The rest of his team has just already hey, we're going to go back into the circle, get back in the water, and just swim along the coastline and just avoid Doom at this point. So, I mean, for them, I mean, whoa, one of the members of LakoNostra is actually right there, right, you know, like waving at each other in the water. But, I mean, so many teams on that northwestern side.
This is the weirdest game I've seen ever. Like, it's just everyone's swimming.
Weirder than yesterday?
Yeah, it's just the gang goes for a swim. Like, I don't know how to describe this game. Panda still are in the blue doing what they do best. They've not even crossed the, well, one of them has crossed the bridge onto the actual island where the circle is.
Yeah.
Pretty standard gameplay from Panda on Sanhok, but everyone else, this is a very, very interesting game. Perks is in the water as well as the last standing member of LMV. Had a great little fight, but now they need to get a good placement as well because they got 0 points on the last game. So they really need to get a good placement. You can see that Trap has actually moved over onto the other island as well. Still within the circle for the moment, but needs to move because the white has obviously shifted. And
Kahi
is
gets knocked in the water from LakoNostra.
Oh.
Yeah, this circle, I mean, we're going to see teams send it into Hating, but with how central the circle is over the compound just on the outside, I've seen the circle land more on the outside, to that south side of Hating. So, I mean, but we already have Savage set up there. Savage is pretty much when we see the circle, they're going to be able to take a lot of kills. That we see Panda, one was knocked in the open, but Lang X with the defensive able to keep him on alive. GK first, now under fire from Clear RP. GK first, nade. This is the fragger, one of the top fraggers within the lobby. Nade just a little bit shy, but the utility, the smokes do come out so we can reunite with this team and rotate on way as Long G is going to be taken out of the match. Panda down to 3 as Clear. I mean, this is a blue zone fight on the 4th phase, doing heavy damage. As Panda, they really need to clean this one up if they want to get within this next circle.
And this is the Panda problem. If they stay in the blue and they get into these fights, they can drop members, and it's going to cost them meds to do so. Hey, RP actually running a little bit low in the old med department himself, so could be a little bit harder. But Panda are pretty split. There's only 2 people in this area.
Yeah,
and there's not really too much they can do because GK First is going to get knocked. GK First is going to go down because Lang is also down, and just like that, Panda are in for a pretty rough game.
Yeah, Panda, 1 player left alive. This is where they're like, oh, whip out our med strat book because it's time to do it again. If they have enough first aids, 13 teams still left alive in the match, though. So, I mean, if they can med up into 2nd place one more time, every team is just like, hey, man, like, not again. But over here, we have Doom just made their way in. Action does get flushed out from Shockwave in Hating. And Shockwave, I mean, they're set up so well. The circle actually shifted right onto the city of Hating. And only Shockwave is within. I mean, for them, they need to come together at this point because they know everyone is sending it into the circle. They're going to be sneaking their way in with the smokes, and you see 5 threats. Actually, it was just Antho. He tried to get on in, but I mean, oh man, I mean, being the first one to rotate, everyone is looking at you. Look how many teams are right here on top of each other. Most wanted, LMV Perks, that last soul left alive from his team, and everyone's still looking to get into this next one, but Shockwave set up nice and pretty.
You can see Most Wanted in the water as well. Perks is just sitting out there as well, just trying not to get caught, trying to look for a bit of placement points here for LMV. They got this 3 elimination points, but they need more than 3 points to actually stay relevant right now. Everybody else is trying to push up into the circle, and it's going to get... Everyone's going to turn into a cluster pretty soon. As what was that? He just blew them all up.
I mean, it was 2 of them. The other 2 did make it into the city, but the other 2 staying back, I guess, was the sacrificial lamb to allow the other 2 members of X Team to get in. But here we got Storm ripped to shreds. Looks like 1 player was left alive as LMV Perks is spotted out as Doom goes out as well. So we're in our top 9. And it looks like the only full teams are going to be RESQ and Team Shockwave.
Shockwave got 7 kills as well. They are really farming up the points for themselves. While RESQ, they are in the first place, so the placement points is going to be good for them. But yep, it's going to be a med strat game. That's
He's like, where are the meds?
Storm eliminated, and another really, not a massively impressive game from Storm, if I'm going to be completely fair for them.
I would just like to point out, RESQ... I was gonna say Rescue once again just had a massively free rotation into the circle. Remember they had that in Erangel. No one was really watching them, and here they just sent it in the city after I think it was 5 threats try to go for that same corner, and they got all 4 of them into the city of Hating into this late stage game. So it's definitely Shockwave or Rescue. It's one of their games to take.
Bujo as well out just med stratting miles away on the map,
Miles
so
away.
he's not going to be near here. He's just hoping these teams are going to take each other out so he can get a
Aw.
better placement. Swat 69, there he goes. He didn't get. I
There it
cursed
is.
him, unfortunately. Swat 69 got 1 player left as well. Rescue though locked down inside this building, although it is an open building, so these nades could be a problem for them. And 2 players knocked by that nade. They're absolutely beautiful stuff there coming through. And now they're actually going to push up. Shockwave able to get himself yet another kill. 10 kills on the board for them right now. Blood under fire. He's almost going to get knocked as he's pincered on both ends here. Going to get knocked and Blood's going to go down. Nightmare able to pick this kill up as Coyote on the other side of the wall just pretending he's not there. And just like that, Rescue are down to 1 and they haven't even been able to find themselves a single kill yet.
Yeah, this was kind of a sequel to the fight yesterday. Remember in Erangel where Rescue was able to win the game over Shockwave. Shockwave's like, hey, don't call us out. Yeah, we got to get a little redemption factor from us. And they're able to take 3 players out from Team Rescue, but SWAT 69 does go out. So Shockwave, it's just, I said it yesterday, they know when to push. They know how to rotate. They know how to set themselves up. And Shockwave is showing us exactly why they're one of the teams at the very top of the leaderboards with 13 kills found so far. It looks like now it's going to be right centered onto a warehouse with 1 member, Savage, kind of just barely within. Bluzo just touching him and starting to do the damage. Rescue is going to be just on the outside though. So I think Coyote is a little bit scary for him because Naruto might be able to spot him out, but they do find Coyote as Naruto uses that chance to get the knock onto Shockwave. So that's going to be 2 teams left found, Hiprain, in this Sanhok match. Shockwave, they're going to be able to get their last player up. But it's going to be a 2 versus 4 most wanted, who was also actually 2nd place in the last game. So they found themselves in top 2 again.
Yeah, they're doing really good in fast placement points going. They got quite a lot of kills on the last map. Smokes are going down. Circle closes up. Hardman and Trap just looking to get the nades. Oh, beautiful knock there. See if they can get a little bit more. They're just threading these bombs in, trying to find the knocks onto these members. Not going to be able to finish this one up. And here comes Tigers on that flank.
Yeah, that was a really good flank from Tigers because my next move for as most wanted is I would wrap around to the right to try to get into the circle on the northern side, but the play zone takes another player from Shockwave. So it looks like it's going to be a nice 2 versus 2. I told you before, it's Sanhok. It's where people like, it's very rare that you take your final team into the last parts of the game. So Hardman and Trap, however, for them, gonna be, I mean, literally trapped behind that wall as Tigers is gonna come over and take away their angles if they want to try to cross here. I think Trap, he knew. He heard some footsteps over there. He saw them right here. I mean, the blue zone is enveloping them now. Hardman, I mean, the first one to go through it, the last one is left behind to try to med strat it out, getting shot from either side. Okay, Shockwave. They're going to be waiting for Trap. He's got 3 for saves only. The nade does come out. I think that's going to put him in a bad spot, and the blue zone actually does take him out. So Shockwave, they're going to be your winners for Sanhok match number 2.
That was very, very nice stuff from Shockwave. They got 14 kills, farmed up a whole lot of points. But most wanted, I really want to give these guys some praise because that is 2 very high placements back to back. Consistency is key. And remember, there was only 21 points between them and 8th place. So things could get really shifted up here. Let's have a look at the scores and see what everyone earned at the end of this second map of the day. And we can see, obviously, we know who's at the top. It's Shockwave. These guys were on fire. 30-point game for them. 30? Savage actually got 14 points just because they got some good placement and a couple of kills, while most wanted only got the single kill. And technically, it was a little bit of the Blues Den helping them on that one. So they were able to earn themselves 13 points, but they are getting ever closer towards that top spot, especially when you see teams like XTEAM only earning 5 points. A lot of the top teams at the moment haven't really been earning too many points on this one. Let's quickly look on the other side and see our bottom 8 teams, because again, Panda, where are they? They're at the bottom. Got 1 point. A really, really bad game for them. Storm, another lackluster game. Clear, another lackluster game. And surprisingly enough, Doom didn't have a particularly good game as well either.
Yeah, I want to say LakoNostra like channeled their inner Panda. They were way out in the blue zone. They actually had only one player. I want to say it was Bujo left alive, and they were able to kind of met it up into the 6th place position. But they did have a nice 5 kills. I think it was on Blast. It was on several other teams that they crossed over in the circle. I really want to point out from Shockwave, the team that did win this match, we have Nightmare, their in-game leader, top ranked their team with 7 kills. So 7 out of 50, literally almost half of the kills from their team just coming out from this one player. So just great stuff from them. I mean, Shockwave, I'm just always impressed by their rotations, how they set up. You know, like a normal team, they might, hey, we have Hot Ting, let's all come into like one building together in the middle of the city and just like give some room for the teams that are about to crash. No, with Shockwave, they stayed spread out. They're like, this is our opportunity to get all of these kills, and it showed in their 15 kills, top frag of the match.
That was a really I love Sanhok. I don't know why people trash it. I think it's so much fun. It's so much action happens on that map. I think, you know, we saw Shockwave really bounce back from, you know, a pretty bad day 2. This should put them in a very, very comfortable position for the rest of the day. I think actually getting knocked out of top 8 might be near impossible. I think it's still mathematically possible, but it's like things are going to have to go very, very wrong for the rest of the day, and very, very right for some of these bottom teams to like make their way up and shove a bunch of teams out. So realistically, I don't think we're going to be seeing Shockwave getting knocked out after the back of that game, because I think that was good enough for them to pretty much cement themselves. But anyway, we are going to cut to a break, and when we're back, we're dropping on Erangel for map number 3. So we will see you in a moment. Don't go anywhere. everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL qualifiers. We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day as we will be dropping down on Erangel once again. We had a spicy Sanhok, and actually before we get going into our third match, let's quickly have a look at the overall scores after that second match on Sanhok, because I believe things might have shifted up a little bit here. So let's whip that one up and you will instantly see we have a new team at the top. Shockwave, 150 points. They are only 3 points ahead of RESQ, but RESQ, you know, pretty lackluster Sanhok for them. Panda just about clinging in to the top three at the moment. They have not had a particularly great couple of days. And the fact that they're still in top three is just a testament to how well they did on day one.
I mean, it's still just neck and neck between Shockwave and RESQ. And I just kind of want to shout out for Shockwave. I mean, their coaches, Morgan and Zozo, and managed by Nat. I mean, it's just so much that goes behind the scenes to, you know, just beyond the players. It's like the coaches every single day, you know, between every single match, even just kind of going over the games, you know, what you did right, just having that kind of outside party to kind of tell you exactly what you did wrong or right. It just shows how much support that Shockwave has, RESQ, Panda, everyone that comes behind the scenes, like for all these teams, like thank you so much for being so dedicated to your teams. But yeah, 3 points in difference between 1 and 2. It's really just adding one for them. Like you said, Panda just a little bit further from them, but Panda, we've seen them, you know, one win and they're right in that kind of neck and neck with Shockwave and RESQ one more time. But we're starting to see like more games under the belt for all these teams, and the scores are not really shifting as volatile as they were on day 1 and 2.
It feels like the dust is settling. So let's look on the other side and see our teams are starting to maybe sweat a little bit because things are getting a little tight. Only 3
They're
matches
sweating
left.
too.
Oh man, they've got to be. If you're XTEAM, you got to be a little bit scared because, you know, Most Wanted having a couple of good games back to back. Let's have a look at the other side and see our bottom 8 teams. See what we're doing on the points on that side. There we are. Most Wanted, 79 points. 8th, by the way, is at 96 points at the moment. So they've still got 16? a ways to go. Yes, it's 16 points roughly. Yeah, you're right. I can't. My maths is eluding 16? Me.
17.
They got 96.
Math. 17, pretty early for math.
Honestly, I'm gonna trust you. I failed school maths 4 times before I passed it. So maths is your area. Most Wanted, though, you know, they've been on the comeback. It's been a Cinderella story. They started today at the bottom of this bottom 8. They are so close they can taste it to that top 8. Yep. If they can just continue to have a couple of good games, there is that world where they can make it to top 8. I don't think there's ever a point, though, where Most Wanted can take their foot off the gas today, though. They have to keep playing phenomenally all day long. I'm very excited to get into this Erangel and see how things are going to get shaken up here as we are getting closer and closer, you know, to our top 8 and deciding who is going to be qualifying for the PMPL. I think teams like Blast It and Swat are only going to be playing upset at this point. I think it's they have to kill most of the lobby and win to like make it into top 8 at this point.
They have to win and have like 20 kill bombs every single game to try to get up there for sure. I mean, like one of my favorite casters, John Allen, likes to say, mathematically improbable, probably for these teams. But we'll see. I mean, stranger things have definitely happened. But yeah, Most Wanted. I asked them because specifically, you know, Hardman and Aaron. They're the twins on this team, right? Hardman's the IGL, Aaron one of the top fraggers on the team, and I asked them like, do you think that they have like some really good like twin telepathy? I know like the most famous twins in PUBG Mobile is Luxy Zuxy from Bigatron for sure, because they just play so in sync. But these two, the teammate told me that I think it's more so like Hardman or Aaron knows that Hardman will just yell at him as an in-game leader just because he's his brother, like if he doesn't perform well. So I'm sure there was tons of yelling happening the last 2 matches because they placed second place 2 games in a row with a ton of kills. So Most Wanted definitely like that's the one that we're all kind of rooting for to try to climb up into that top 8 spot.
You know, yesterday it was Doom for me. They were my Cinderella story. Today it's Most Wanted. I want this comeback. I really want this because they were at the bottom. Yesterday, at the start of the day, they were literally in 16th place. So if they can somehow make it to that top 8 off the back of that, what a turnaround for this team. So all eyes on Shockwave. All eyes on Most Wanted. But I guess Shockwave as well are a team we need to keep our eyes on because, you know, they've been in this top 3, top 4 spot for the last few days, and they finally now got their hands on that top spot. And that was an amazing Sanhok for them. They were playing very, very together. They completely destroyed RESQ, taking them out entirely, and then managed to keep all of their players. Oh no, they lost one player to the blue at the end of that game. So Shockwave, that was what we saw from them. They were, they were up there, just mostly off their kill points from day one. They had a lot of kills. They were scrapping and winning a lot of fights. So it's more of the same from them. That's what I'm wanting to see.
Yeah, we saw a little moment of glory where Most Wanted, they're lobbing so many nades. I think they had 2 nades or 2 knocks actually at one point on Shockwave right at the very end there. And that's why we're seeing it's so important to conserve your utilities for the very end stages. We saw all of our top fraggers from day 1 and day 2. They have astronomical grenades and smoke counts. So it just kind of opens up the fight. And you even saw, who was it? It was on Team Blast, it was, I think it was Storm Gaming. It was a Storm Gaming that killed Blast only with nades. Literally not a gun was fired. It was all nades. Three-piece killed them. So you just see the real importance of grenades and utilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely opened it up. And I think, I said at the beginning, they'd be casting my mind back to Miramar yesterday, where it was just like the whole field was just smoke and nades, because that was the only way to really take that fight up the hill. I'm so excited though to see how everything's going to be closing out as we are getting on to the map for our 3rd map of the day. It is going to be Erangel once again, and a pretty standard playing path.
Erangel, the map for standard plane pass. It seems to be every single time. I mean, for these teams, they're just like, yeah, this is good. I don't think anyone's gonna have any issues getting to their spots here. Yeah, I don't think you could have any more of an even central plane path to start this one. So it looks like they fired the drunk pilots that were driving, or they were flying the plane from yesterday, and then they're just like, okay, we got our seasoned veteran. We're just going to give everyone a nice start for the match going into match 3 Erangel today.
This does mean teams like LMV, who like to drop at Primorsk, and Panda, who like to drop at Georgia Pool, they have to stay in a little bit longer, so they lose a little bit of that looting time compared to other teams like Doom, as you can see, basically instantly out of the plane, able to start looting away and getting themselves set up. But for the most part, I think every team's pretty happy with this one.
We see 69 popping on back over to Yasnaya. And like you said, it seems every single match they have a different place to go. So I think there's just like a ring around the rosy. We might just see them go back to Novo in the last game today, because it seems they go Novo. We saw them go Zarki, and we saw them go the east side of Yasnaya. So they're just kind of like,
oh my word.
I love the melee-based circles. I love them hit brain.
This is so rough for Panda, because they're going to continue. They're going to go for Georgia Pool, but now they lose so much looting time because they need to move down. And yes, we know, and I say it so many times, they like to play in the blue, but even so, you do need to get a bit of a shimmy on. So this is going to be a bit of a rough one for them, as it looks like no one actually dropped on the military base, but you can now see teams are just bombing towards that military base. I think that's Blast who are going to be there first. But there's going to be an instant fight over the military base, and this could be a real buckle down location for some of these teams.
Just to remind people, when we had a similar circle like this yesterday, Panda, they actually died real early. Actually, as I say it, RESQ takes a knock onto one of the players of Panda already. But Panda, they had way too far to rotate. They actually died on that eastern bridge when they found themselves at the exact same time of XTEAM. And it was actually Storm to win the game on military base because they were all set up there. But yeah, I mean, this is detrimental to Panda. Longzi, first blood of the match, but RESQ, great kill from them, but so bad for Panda.
That is incredibly rough for Panda to lose. One of their top players straight off the bat. It's going to cost them heavily, and now they're going to be playing on the back foot. They've got a circle miles away from them, and they're down a player. So Panda just going to try and loot up and see what they can do, but this might just be, all right, let's play for placement again, which unfortunately kind of feels like that has been the Panda story for the last 2 days. It's been, oh, someone's died early because they're separated. I guess we just try and make it, to get some placement points here.
I guess we find our 50 meds in, but ooh, Ooh, so this is actually really good for LakoNostra, right? Because this is one of the teams at the bottom. They were able to climb, I think, 2 placement points with the last game where they finished in 6th place with about 5 kills. But now it's just that kill or that elimination on 69 was kind of gifted right into them. They didn't really have to go anywhere. None of them took any damage, so they're sitting up pretty nice and pretty. I mean, right now they're the leaders of the game with 1 kill. But Hyper just going off right now. This is his 2nd knock, 2nd elimination almost onto Panda if he's able to flush this one out. That was definitely a long range one with the mini 14. Yeah, across the way. Okay, so he's not going to be able to flush this one, but Hyper definitely one-man army here, a little bit separated from his team into South Georgia crates. And doing hell of a work with the mini 14.
Can he get that knock? I don't think it's going to be the case here for Hyper, but wow, Panda, that's going to cost them some meds and some time as well. So they need to just kind of reposition. Yep. Panda is so not used to being contested on their drop to start off with, and it's gonna be a rough game for Panda, unfortunately. It's definitely going to be that case. And like I said, though, my eyes are a little bit on Most Wanted this game. As they are the closest team to making it out of that bottom 8 and into the top 8. So they need to see some of these teams towards the bottom of the top 8 shift down so they can make their way up. So if it's a good game for them, bad game for a team like Savage or something, that'd be great for the likes of Most Wanted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have Conqueror now. They landed kind of split out over the Gek here. You see 1 member of 5 threats coming as well. And with these bridge rotations, you really want to be either the first team to go across. That's definitely the priority, because look, Conqueror, nobody is here. They're gonna have a pretty free rotation. We might see Storm Gaming though, maybe setting up to trap, because they know that as soon as they saw the circle, first one's across, and they know teams are gonna be setting across. And yep, they do get the information looking to stop actually mid-bridge. Actually, I think that was a little bit of a bad mistake here, having all 4 members go across. And you see they immediately backtrack. They should have let the one go to the mid bridge, having somebody kind of overwatch from the back and just kind of slowly step. Ooh. But it looks like Phantom is going to be lost, falls to his death in the water, and that's going to be Phantom. Only 3 players left alive.
That's a nice kill there for Storm, and able to buckle down on this bridge means here's that gatekeeping. Conqueror now down a player. Is going to cost them as 5 threats are also rotating over as well. It's going to get scrappy at this bridge. This is what happens when you get these military base circles. It just forces the teams into such awkward positions.
I mean, this is information for 5 threats, right? They saw Conqueror go across and immediately just do a 180 and come back. They're like, okay, clearly there's a team camping on the other side. There's no way to cross here, but Conqueror a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, they have Storm on the other side and they have 5 threats on this side. However, Conqueror, they are pretty well set up to gatekeep teams from coming on this side, and that's probably going to take away from the kills from Storm on the other side of the bridge, because they're probably not going to have that many teams go all the way across into the laps of Storm.
Absolutely. Conqueror, though, they're going to get pinched pretty hard here. You know, not able to cross over the bridge as they need. Teams are going to start to collapse on one of the 2 bridges, or at least 2 of these bridges. So it's going to get a bit harder for them. You can see SWAT 69 have also now started to close in on the area. A-Boy just watching over the ridge to make sure nobody's coming.
Chill. For here, we see Doom. They're kind of in the Milta area, and this is where, I mean, they're just right along the edge of the circle, but it's definitely going to be an Eastern just absolute mayhem madness, because most of these teams are starting to rotate now. TSC, actually, that they land on the eastern side of farm, and we're probably going to see them in just a second, set up along the bridge side, along the huge visible angles on either way of this intersection. Doom might be found out from TSC in just a moment, as we now shift onto 5 threats fighting SVG. So all these teams, it's going to be almost impossible to cross this bridge, because you have 5 threats, you got Conqueror, and if for somehow if they make it across the bridge, you've got Storm also waiting there. So Savage already losing 1, and I think 5 threats. They're one of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboards. Antho quickly going to loot on up, but if they can collect a couple more kills here, that'd be wonderful for 5 threats.
This has been a very action-packed start to this Erangel, actually. Considering
on
our
the
first map of the day was quite slow paced until the end, and then there was just so many teams that it was just like naturally people are going to be fighting constantly.
Yeah.
But it is interesting to see how much action we're having in the beginning of this game, as we'll have the map closing in somewhat soon as well. So this is going to force teams to go for that shift, but these bridges gated by two sides, and Panda, by the way, are still at Georgia Pool, as this team are they're always so slow to rotate. But I'm curious to see where this circle is going to close, whether or not it's going to shift up or it is going to center heavily on the military base. If it is the military base, as you can see, I think most wanted, smart decision. Just get in a boat. Oh, here it goes. This is good. But look at, I actually love this from most wanted. Everyone's trying to get over the bridge, and they're just flanking from the south end of the island now.
Boatation, yeah. LMV doing the same thing on the west. Yeah.
That boat skin is incredible. What?
I remember before this, and I'll tell you about microtransactions and skins in this game. You're like, what is that? There's actually this one, and there's like this massive rubber ducky boat as well. So PUBG Mobile, welcome to the land of infinite skins. Is it a penguin? Is it a penguin or is it a? I think it's like a blue penguin. Yeah, and the rudders are like the feet.
I love penguins. This is a great skin. It's got a little bow tie on its head.
Or a dolphin. Penguin dolphin?
Or it could be a dolphin. We need to see its face.
It's got a little bow. I need to see its face to identify what kind of species of animals it is. It's going to keep me up at night.
I'm going to have to look this up in the break. Or someone just let me know on Twitter. Drop me a message. Tell me what creature it is.
Tag us on Twitter and let us know.
It's going to be a very exciting end to this game, though. I've already got that feeling. I can feel it buzzing up as rescue. Going to get open fired onto here by Claire, but Claire not going to be able to actually hit them. Not going to be able to achieve too much there. They are continuing to fight. Ooh. It looks like rescue Samo. Actually, Blood's going to get the knock onto Samo. We've got a very zoomed in version of the map right now.
Our map, just seeing it. Yeah, for rescue, I mean, they have wonderful. We've got Hyper. Remember that long distance god off in the distance, finding the different angle on Clear, and Clear Vindex is kind of out in the open. Samo does get flushed out, but okay, returning the knock onto Kaio as now Hyper crashing up with them. Blood though, oh my god, they have Clear just literally in shambles in this compound as Blood pushing up onto it does get the final kill, and that's going to be Clear Vision Esports eliminated in 16th position. They're one of the teams at the very bottom of that top 8 leaderboard. This is going to be really, really good for those teams, kind of a 9th through 12th place.
This is what I was saying that like Most Wanted really want is some of these kind of bottom end teams to get 0 points. If Most Wanted can even get placement points here, the ability for them to catch up to the bottom end of the table is going to be really, really big for them. But Most Wanted have been, they've been finding the kills as well. They've been making it work for themselves, and they had a great rotation. Now we're looking at one of these bridges is TSC are set up on the bridge to kind of gatekeep it as XTEAM trying to find their way over.
Yeah, and we saw XTEAM here before yesterday with this exact same scenario, but it was Panda actually that was behind them. TSC though, this is like a famous split that most teams like to take right here. Looks like LakoNostra though, they were trying to cross the water, and I mean LakoNostra, they're in the water for majority of Sanhok, and now they're in water once again in Erangel. Does get drowned as they try to cross a little river in the middle of the island. TSC though, they're not gonna let XTEAM for free cross on over. Remember, XTEAM, they're going to be in that 8th place position as TSC down on the bottom. They're like, this is our chance for sure, as we do have the circle closing a little bit. And once again, I mean, Hyperain, we can't even smell Panda from that far away, but it's always GK first. He's always the one leading his team as the circle about to close one more time. Actually, it shifts down hard, shifts down to the southwest this time, Hyperain.
But look at Most Wanted again, in amazing position. They can just move in for free on this. As rescue, they look to find Conqueror here. Looking for the nade. Cody's going to throw his one out, and a bit of a whiff there on the nade. Is Itachi getting toasty up at top with the Molotov? Rescue, do you need to try and help Coyote out, though? Because Coyote, a little bit pinched at the moment in this Wizard Tower, but it looks like the rest of the team are coming through. And it's about to get real scary for Conqueror. Trying to peek around the corner, trying to get the spray off. Give it a little shower as Blood Almost takes a couple of shots through the window. Coyote knows where he is. He's just trying to peek the corner, trying to find him, but little reposition there. The nade goes down. Looking just to destroy their vehicles as well, make it even harder for a Conqueror to get away from this position. So there's the Molotov. I actually think Coyote's kind of lost position of where they are, but here comes Tick on the long flank. Coyote taking a lot of shots. Is going to have to heal up for the moment. Blood's under fire. That's going to be the knock. That's what they needed to get the opening in. And Hyper can now look to push up. In comes Shockwave, though. They're looking for the knock on the Tick. Tick's going to have to go prone. This is a fight on all fronts here. As
Panda behind
Conqueror,
them.
They're going to get 2 members knocked. That's going to be Tick. He's going to get cooked. He's going to get taken down. Shockwave going to push up and look for the finish up here. Conqueror have been eliminated, but Shockwave are looking to take out Rescue in response here. Remember, this is our front runners fighting. 1 versus 1, toe to toe right now.
This is literally our top 3 teams in the lobby, all on top of each other, because Panda finally coming in the circle, right on behind Shockwave. Rescue losing a couple of members, as we now see Coyote is going to be knocked. Lin, our infamous little metter with the 50 nades on Sanhok, now needing to heal a little bit on the outskirts. But again, I mean, who would have thought these top 3 would be right here, chokeholding each other outside the circle as they're all funneling across the bridge to try to get through. It's going to be only blood left from Team Rescue as Hyper is taken out by Shockwave. Shockwave probably in the most favorable position here with the most number of players left alive. But I think we're going to see blood. He just sent it into the water, just away from these teams as Shockwave. This is going to be their opening to get on through as Panda is kind of let to bite their dust out in the blue. All right, this now. Okay, so all 3 teams somehow were able to survive.
There is a boat if Panda want to cross on that, and it looks like Shockwave are actually setting up a barricade to make it even harder for Panda to cross over. Looks like they're actually going to call that for now, though. As we actually see a member of Savage getting taken out by I think that's XTEAM over there. Most Wanted have done a hard rotation. We are ending in the base. This game is ending in the military base. This is the ending you've been asking me for a long time. I don't know why you're asking me. I don't control the circle, but this is what you've been asking for.
Like I say, like so many compounds are free, and it tends to be like when the hardships here, these teams should, at this point in the qualifiers, they should be able to identify. There's almost never anyone kind of in the central positions. They need to be sending these compounds littering the roads, and there's a lot of little dips right within the fences of military base, as we do see a lot of fights opening up on the kill feed. Doom's trying to get a little bit higher elevation up on the mountainside to look down on those compounds and try to maybe prevent some of these teams from rotating along the roadsides. All right, looks like spun out just a little bit as we see Blast versus 69. Tale as old as time.
There's so many fights happening. LMV have actually been relatively quiet in this game after having a very, very rough start to today. 2 very low scoring games, and they need to win a game to even be in with a shot of making top 8. Probably 2 games, realistically, and also find some kills. So it's going to really be on LMV to kind of pick it up a little bit here as they're trying to go toe versus toe with Storm, a team who have been slipping and kind of losing their grip on the top side of that top 8 for the last couple of days. Looks like LMV, though, for the moment, are surrounded on multiple fronts, but they've got a nice position here in this building. They're inside the circle. They're very comfortable. Blast of this high ground, they're going to be spraying down onto Most Wanted. Most Wanted obviously looking to try and continue their good streak they've had today, as Doom going to be losing a member here.
Yeah,
here comes Panda and blast him. Gonna blast him.
Here comes Panda. Yeah, Panda always at the 11th hour, just kind of just to the edge of the circle, but somehow they're able to just slip in, stay almost undetected, or at least have people forget about them, and they're able to just overwhelm any team that they do try to fight against. It's definitely this western side of the circle is the spot that I wouldn't really want to be on, but Most Wanted finding themselves right dab center in the middle. And we only have 5 threats, are the only one outside the circle that still need to find their way in. Blast, the team literally at the bottom of the leaderboards, though. I mean, if I was them, I wouldn't want a team like Panda right on my back, because we saw what they were able to do to TSC in the first game. Able to just slip in at the end. People just forgot about them, couldn't defend, and they were able to just completely take the spot away from whatever team is in front of them. So Blast still on the high upper ground, I'd be focusing my attention on Blast instead of LMV inside the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. Panda trying to make their way up, but looks like they're actually calling it for now. Decided maybe not today. We don't want this fight. Doom inside the military base, just getting themselves set up into pretty comfortable position as the circle is pretty likely to be coming up here as RESQ are getting eliminated nice and early as we're going to see this final circle close. Well, not the final, but, you know, the next major circle close here. See where it's going to go. Is it going to make a hard shift, or is it going to just center up onto Doom? Most Wanted also in a pretty comfortable position on top of that hill.
Oh.
Oh.
So all these teams in that southeast, especially 69 that sent the planes, we have LakoNostra kind of in the crates on this side. It's really hard to rotate here, but somebody could take the catwalk area up here. But Blast, I mean, they literally, this is where they landed. They have the least amount of rotational mileage or meters in this, because they just came up the hill from where they dropped in the C block of military base. But I mean, 5T able to just slip their way in. They see TSC rotating on past, and we got a drive-by going on right now. TSC down in shambles with only 2 players left as he's trying to blow up the last car, as he's trying to push on through to the circle. So 5T able to collect at least 2 kills in this play right here, but TSC last player left alive. It's going to be Broody, and it's absolutely brutal for him right here outside the circle.
Swat 69 are a little spread out as well for the moment, using these planes as cover. Have got vehicles so they can reposition as they please. This is messy. This is real messy. There's going to be a knock from Berg. He's going to get knocked in response as well. Lou jumping in forward, trying to see if he can get a bit of damage, but he's going to get knocked down. And this is an absolute slaughter from Storm. Able to take out everybody. LMV getting brutalized as Most Wanted are taking a fight versus Swat 69. Nemo gonna go very, very low, looking for the nades, looking for the smokes just to get some cover. Swat 69 in not the position really to fight this versus all of the members, but actually he's got a lot of knocks here. He might just look for the finish up. This could be the end of Most Wanted. They're trying to find Trap's trapped inside the building as he's poking his head out. Avoid's gonna find the knock onto him, and that should just be Most Wanted eliminated. Swat 69, a huge fight.
Yeah, this is the team that we saw go second place. They go hard, but this time taken out a little bit too early. They weren't long for this world. Now LakoNostra under fire. We got 1 player knocked in Inori taken out as XTEAM actually literally ripped to shreds. Only 1 player left alive. That's gonna be Bimmy. They're not even quite within the circle yet. So even if they're able to get all 4 players up here, how are they gonna get a little bit further with LakoNostra right on next to them? Shockwave though, you're their winners from the last one, able to get a knock, but I mean, Terminus goes down as well. This is when we're condensing from the 5th into the 6th. We're losing about half the teams within the lobby as everyone is just on top of each other. But again, Blast, this is the game that they really needed. They're bottom of the leaderboards. They need to rack up these kills. They need to extend a little bit more as we have 5 threats being denied entry in the circle from LakoNostra, and actually Shockwave going out. That's shocking. Going out in 10th position.
Nade almost hitting XTEAM, just going a little bit over the top. There's so much action breaking out right now. It's absolutely crazy. 5 threats are going to get knocked out as well. XTEAM under some serious fire from LakoNostra. It looks like that is going to be XTEAM just trying to crawl away to safety, trying to shift towards this circle.
Looks like we got a nade just landing next to Bunjo, and it does find him out. Actually, Nightmare 2-star Michelin star cooked perfectly, nade right into the laps of Bunjo. Now we have 1 player left to fight from LakoNostra, as now Storm has now pushed up onto Blast, taking multiple casualties. Actually, Panda doing what they do best and stealing the kills away from whatever team is fighting down below them. Storm actually looking to ascend the mountainside and take this ideal spot away from Blast as the circle does shift down the mountain just a little bit, so they they definitely want that high upper ground to look down at all the teams down below. Storm Gaming, though, Hiprain, that was a team that you said had kind of a lackluster performance in day 2. This is where they're starting to shape up, and they really want to take out Blast. But even whoever wins this fight, you got Panda right behind you as Storm. They do actually just send it and take out Blast in one fell swoop with only one knock on their team. But Panda, they're coming in hot, and they're looking up to rack up some kills.
Panda have honestly done what they normally do, which is just somehow accrue a bunch of kills without us even realizing. That's going to be the end of LakoNostra. Knocked out, and we're only down to 5 teams remaining. Swat 69 just trying to tidy up a couple of kills here. Doom off in the wings. Panda and Storm fighting for that high ground to look over these final circles to close this game out. It's getting really, really tight. There's still 14 players alive.
2 players knocked from Panda. I think it's going to be one. I was going to say one left, but I think it's going to be 1 player left from Team Panda. It's going to be GK first, but spotted out from Storm from up top. So Panda, I mean, they finished in 4th place, but they're in 3rd on the overall ranks. They needed this win here. Eliminated now is XTEAM. So we have 3 teams left alive in the circle. Doom on the bottom side on the hill. It really depends where the circle's going to shift. Depending on that, it's going to determine, is it going to be Storm, the Kings of the Hill, that are going to win, or is it going to be a brawl between 69 and Team Doom?
Well, they've already lost a player as well, so it's actually down to a 3 versus 3 versus 2 right now. Zero trying to just shoot those toes. 69 and Zero are in these low ground areas. I think the next circle could decide a fair amount here.
All right.
So it's going to have to actually force Storm out.
Yeah, it's, I mean, down below, Doom and 69, they had the little, like, fences, the broken fences for the little bit of hard cover. We're going to AWM, but this small of a circle, nobody's using the sniper rifle to shoot anyone, because you can see the whites of the eyes of the enemies right next to you. I'm gonna suspect Storm. I mean, they need to smoke it out. I think they're out of vehicles at this point to get down from the mountainside, but it's really, I mean, Doom, 69, PNL from 69, he had that 1 versus 3 onto Blast in the hillsides of Erangel in the first game today. Storm, they need to find an opening to somehow descend from the mountainside. They're going to find the vehicles there, though, left over from Blast and Panda to rotate and crash up onto 69. One is going to be knocked. It's going to be only Conqueror getting multiple casualties onto Storm. 1 versus 1 as he jumps on out, and he misses the shots, and it was from Storm Gaming to clean up onto 69. We got a 1 versus, actually no, 2 versus 3 now to finish out the game. Hiprain.
Doom, I sung their praises yesterday. I sung their praises. They played so well to pull us back. And again, they're finding their form. They're looking to finish up this isolated member of Storm up on this high ground. He's low health and he's in the blue. There's going to be the nades going down. He's going to get cooked. That is the Doom win. Coming up huge. Absolutely flawless there. Doom, what a bounce back.
Doom, literally the doomsday device on all these teams in the lobby. Like, they won Sanhok yesterday. Massive win, you know, at the very top. Perfect location. Doom, I think it was just, even though they had lost 1 member, the circle did shift down to them, and they just waited, right? When you have 3 teams left alive, the perfect thing is you wait for them to hopefully fight against each other, and then you come in third party. That's exactly what Doom did. They waited for 69, Storm, take each other out. It was like a 1 versus 1, and at that point, they pushed it was just a man advantage 3 versus 1. And it was just a very clean win to Erangel.
Let's have a look at the match standings and see how everyone placed at the end of that game. Obviously, the Doom did take that win, but they didn't have enough points to take first points. It's Storm who accrued themselves 25 points. They got 13 kills on fire. Swat 69, 17 points. They are down at the bottom, but this is that interruption we were talking about. RESQ, pretty low, only getting those 8 kills, which got them their points, but no placement points for themselves. Panda not doing particularly great as we swap it over and see the bottom 8 of the table, because again, Most Wanted, not particularly the greatest game for them, unfortunately. They had 2 good games to start us off today, but map 3 really wasn't in their favor. So I don't even know if Most Wanted got any points. So hopefully we can shift down and see the bottom side of the table and see exactly how many points they're able to get for themselves. Yeah, so Shockwave only got 4 points, and yeah, Most Wanted 2 points. they were a ways off 8th. And now they're going to be even further off 8th off the back of that. But lucky for them, Savage only got 1 point. Clear Vision only got 0 points. Conqueror, who are also contesting them right now at the top, 0 points. And LMV as well. I think for a few teams, it's starting to get very, very hard for them. But I think there's still a few teams that are in the running of potentially making that top 8, right?
Oh man, I thought, like, I was like, this is the time to shine for Blast. Like, they had the center of circle, they had the top hill, and then just couldn't defend from, I believe it was Storm Gaming. Actually, it was a Shockwave, Storm Gaming, and then it was Panda from behind as well.
Yes, it was.
But yeah, it was. I mean, for these teams though, I think Storm Gaming, this is their bread and butter. This is, they land on the western side of the island. Obviously, when it comes to a military base, they're really set up, because when we had this almost, not exact, but on this side of the military base circle, Storm Gaming won it yesterday. And then today they got 2nd place. And I think it was just that the circle did end up shipping off to them. Doom had the more favorable positioning and the timing to take them out. But Storm, this is they're like, yes. So when they saw that first circle pop.
It was absolutely amazing ending for that game as well. You've wanted a military base finish. You've got your military base finish, and Doom were the ones who took that chicken dinner. Anyway, we are going to cut to a break before we come back. We'll be coming back with map number 4. So we'll be dropping on Miramar. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL qualifiers. There's only 2 games remaining. Before we get going onto our fourth and favorite map, let's be real. Let's bring up the scoreboards and see where everybody is going into this fourth map, because there is a lot on the line right now. There are a few teams who can still make it into that top 8. There are a few teams who can still lose that top 8. And there's a few teams who are currently in a fight for that first place. RESQ have by 1 point claimed themselves the top spot. Shockwave are 1 behind them. Panda, I don't know how they're doing it. They're still clinging on to top 3, even though they have not had a great performance for the last 2 days. Oh, they are tied.
They're tied with Storm.
So the Doom are almost caught up.
Yeah, 5-point difference between Doom and Storm.
It's crazy, actually, because Doom were in 10th and Panda were in 1st 2 days ago. And now Doom are 5 points behind them. It's so close. Savage, 102 points. That's the big number to watch, because let's look at the bottom end of the table and see the teams who are trying to make it into this sought after top 8. Most Wanted, it was way closer earlier on, but they had a very bad loss there in Erangel, and that has cost them pretty heavily. They are so far behind now. It's not out of their grip. 2 good games back to back, and they could potentially get it, but a lot needs to go right for you, and a lot needs to go wrong for the opponents. Swat 69, all out of nowhere, have gone from the bottom of the table to the top of the bottom side. So it's still, there's a lot changing up at the moment still.
Yeah, SWAT 69, they started today in 15th place, just barely above Blast Esports in the bottom. But I mean, just looking at what they did, match 5, 5th place with 5 kills. Match 2, 5th place with 2 kills, and then match 3, 3rd place with 7 kills. So beyond just this last one where they got 3rd with 7 kills, it's just kind of average performance, I would say, in terms of just points compared to, say, a team like RESQ, say a team like Shockwave, Panda, Storm Gaming. But what allowed them to jump up like this is we've had, I don't say almost no points, but very low points from like LakoNostra, Conqueror, LMV 5, that's TSC, that were above them. And that they just kind of allowed SWAT 69 to jump up above them. And there's only a 1 point, again, 1 point difference, 1 point difference between SWAT 69 and LakoNostra. But I mean, the Most Wanted, we saw great games from them from match 1 and 2. And then this one, they just kind of went out a little bit too early. So right now there's a 21 point difference between the top 8 qualifying spots and 9th place.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done if they want to try and make it into that top spot, but it is still feasible. It's still doable. Most Wanted, 2 top 2 finishes today already, so it's not out of their grasp. I mean, what a turnaround from SWAT 69 as well, from them to be a couple of games ago at the bottom of that top 8, and now they're about 30 points behind getting into that top spot. But remember, it's not just you need to get 30 points. You need to get 30 points, and then also whoever's in 8th needs to not get any points, so you can actually swap places with them. So there's 2 maps left. They really need to shake things up. They need to do well. Maybe they need to target those teams who are in that top 8 right now and try and drop on top of them and wipe them out. And then try and play very hard, fast and loose in that sense. Deny them the opportunity to get any points, and deny them the opportunity to actually get, into these games and, accrue any points for themselves. But we'll be dropping on Miramar as our 4th map, and this has been the map which seems to see the most shake-up. We haven't had any, standard playing paths so far. They've all been southern. So maybe we'll get another southern, maybe we'll get another crazy playing path, maybe we'll get more crazy circles out of this map. But so far, we have only had maps, Miramars, that have been absolutely bonkers, where it's all been the bottom teams in the final places earning loads of points for each other. We could have another one like that, and the bottom end really need another map like that.
We actually had LMV, who was one of those bottom teams from yesterday, win Miramar yesterday. I think what really happened there was the playing path was so far south, and they hauled their butts all the way up to Campo Militar, and they were just kind of they were by themselves for the majority of the circle, because everyone was coming from the south. They stayed kind of on that southern side of the circle, and then they were able to just close out the win right at the very end there. So LMV, I mean, if it looks like, because the last 2 games from yesterday were really good from them, it looks like they take about 3 games to kind of warm. Oh no, hip rain. Hip rain.
We are cursed on Miramar. We are blessed and cursed at the same time. We're blessed because we get amazing games. We are cursed because of our playing paths.
Oh
This is
man,
tragic.
okay. The drunk pilot that I mentioned yesterday, that we're like, we gotta fire this guy. It looks like he's back because we got that southern plane path once again. So that's crazy. That all 3 Miramars, because there's one a day during this tournament, have all been basically exactly the same plane path right on the southern side. So these teams who normally go up north are just like, man, like I haven't even been to our normal drop spot in ages. As we now see, looks like Storm Gaming, and I want to say that is that LMV going down to the southwestern side over onto Valley de Mar. So actually, sorry, that's Panda and Storm Gaming. So two of our teams that are really at that top, like top 5, they're gonna might be going right at each other's throats.
This could shake things up a little bit. Panda have been dropping here every time as well, so that has been, you know, pretty consistent on that front. Everybody seems to be dropping on top of each other. This could be a quick map because everyone might just wipe each other out before we even get going. Looks like Doom are being followed by, I can't see. Oh wow, oh wow, what a circle!
LMV, this is your time to shine. This is once again. But okay, I just really want to point out here, Blast last play, like usually people wait till the last game to do it. Looks like Blast is actually doing, so Blast is in exactly last place. They've actually dropped on a team, XTEAM, that is actually in 6th place. So they're looking to take XTEAM out, deny them any more points in this game, and then, you know, I guess, you know, if Blast can win this game and maybe also win the next game, I mean, they put themselves in a position here where it's literally go big or go home. If they can take XTEAM out, that would be good for them and good for everybody above them between 9th and 15th place.
Yeah, I mean, Blast are just being, you know, best friends for all of the top teams in the bottom end of the table, really. Just
someone's got to do it.
Picking on the teams who could potentially slip down, and they're just going to drag them down with them. But for now, they haven't actually found each other. Well, they know each other were there, but they're just playing it a little bit calmer.
Yeah, we have Cygul or Cyox. Cyox Ghoul. Ghoul is just kind of like decorative, but it's Cyox. He's the one with the 1 versus 4 in the first day against Doom, and we haven't seen anyone get a 1 versus 4 yet. I mean, we've seen a lot of 1 versus 3. Actually, LMV yesterday we had a 1 versus 3 come out from Perks, I want to say, and then we actually had a 1 versus 3 come out from Hidan today. And actually, another 1 versus. Okay, so LMV is literally the team of 1 versus 3. The only person who hasn't had a 1 versus 3 on LMV is going to be Lou. But I mean, it's, at some point we still have 2 matches yet. It's still ample opportunity. We might see another 1 versus 4 come out.
I hope so. It's very hype when it happens, but a lot of teams are just dropping on top of each other. This is what I said about Swat 69. At the beginning of the day, they always are fighting. They're always near people. LakoNostra going for some shots. PNL going to take a little bit of damage, going just below half health. Going to get chunked, going to get knocked. Bujo finds the knock onto him, and that is going to be the first blood picked up. PNL pincered in a horrible position here as Phoenix is going to have to try and reposition. The Molotovs are going to go down, and LakoNostra can just reposition a little bit here. There goes the nades, and PNL, I think this might be end of days for you, my friend. As he could get popped any moment now, but they are shuffling away to safety.
I mean, this is real bad for 69. Like we said, they always seem to be in fights, but maybe not intentionally on purposely wanting to be in these fights. I think LakoNostra, they're the team immediately below SWAT 69, and this is really, really good for them because LakoNostra, we see moments of glory like Sanhok today, but it's been kind of pretty rocky for them. So 69, SWAT 69, the one that went from 15th all the way up to 10th, are now sent running into the hills, literally, and to try to just get some placement points at this point.
Yeah, really, really rough for them though. Because they had an okay start as a Blast. They're just pressuring here on XTEAM. Bimmy gonna look for the knock through the wall. Lovely little peek onto that window, just got him nice and easy. So X gonna lob a grenade down. Not gonna actually hit anybody.
Wrong floor.
Definitely the wrong floor. They heard that though. Oh, hello. Lovely little peek through the window. Finds a knock as well in the meanwhile. Nade's going to go down, and Bimmy's going to get forced out. XTEAM are getting heavily pressured here by Blast. Blast are having none of this. They're just playing complete interrupt, complete disrupt. There's Beg for Mercy. Going to get sprayed. He's trying to run out. Nash is going to find him. Going to get Nash with a knock, though. Lovely little pick there from Beg for Mercy. The SnowX is going to peek around the corner, look for the finish up, look for the kill himself. Going to try and get the kill knocked. Able to get it as he's going to peer around, take out Beg for Mercy. He's the one begging now. As XTEAM able to find themselves one kill already.
Okay, so this is definitely just a grab your gun and push kind of deal, because I'm hearing these M16s come out. Definitely not the kind of gun when you want to fight, or even to have when you're fighting against UMPs, like Tommy guns, etc., like that. But Blast, I mean, this is great for them. They're bottom of the leaderboards. They really want these kill points. 2 kills found so far onto XTEAM, leaving Psyox and Bimmy just sees them come out on to the very side. But I mean, you know what happens when Psyox is left as the last lone player from his team. Blast, I'd be shaking in my boots if I was them. But Minex, he's just gonna be waiting here, waiting for the rest of his team to come on in. I mean, if they can shoot down that door, they might be able to take the shots onto Psyox, but it's gonna be the defense coming out from XTEAM and the offensive, the push. I mean, they have the numbers advantage right now. All the favors are in the laps of Team Blast.
Yeah, they really are. Blast got that numbers advantage, and they're gonna look to pressure at XTEAM. Just want a good game to hold that spot at the top, and they are being denied by Blast right now. Psyox in this corner, but he's going to have to come out at some point. Bimmy got the low ground on the building as well. The nade's going to go in from SnowX, and I didn't see if that was enough for a knock. I don't think it was.
It wasn't.
It's just playing interrupt for the moment.
A bit of damage.
A little bit of chip, yeah.
Right.
Bimmy's repositioned actually quite well here, but that has left Psyox alone. Can Psyox clutch the 1v4? We've seen him do it on day 1. Can he do it again? There's the knock from Bimmy. Bimmy gonna get knocked in response. They managed to trade out. Psyox is going down. And XTEAM eliminated. 0 points accrued. And this is huge for teams like Most Wanted.
This is, I mean, everyone in the lobby just saw that happen in the kill feed. They're like, woo! Go Blast of Esports taking one for the, I mean, I was gonna say take one for the team, but they didn't lose anybody. So this is in their advantage without any casualties. And for everybody above them, between them and XTEAM, it's like, thank you, Lord, because we're gonna, now this is the shining opportunity. This is the first team out. Almost no casualties in the lobby yet, except for 69. And I mean, this is definitely the opportunity, like Most Wanted, like you said. Look here, set up nice and pretty central into the circle as LakoNostra set up in water treatment.
Well, let's learn to drive first. Bit of a rough one. Circle should be closing up somewhat soon as well, so we'll see where that shifts. But I haven't really seen teams like Panda, who dropped on top of, was it Shockwave or Storm they dropped on top of?
Storm.
I think you're
Storm?
right. It was Storm. Oh, Panda, what? When did they do that? They just like hard shifted all the way. They are completely uncontested here. And if this circle closes on them, they're in for a wonderful time, as we're going to see it. Where is it going? Oh, shifting away. But
this is almost exactly. We keep seeing repeat circles
towards the north.
I think what happened was Panda landed here, saw Storm also landing there. They don't want to, chance anything at the beginning, because Panda does well when they don't, see, they isolate for a little bit at the beginning. So I think they saw that circle shifted hard up in the north. They just got in their vehicles, drive all the way up there, and they find themselves, like you said, just completely uncontested on the western side. LMV, though, I mean, it's kind of shaky for them, because they're towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They've got a couple 0-point games today now. And I mean, LMV, it's going to be an absolute Hail Mary miracle that they need to maybe get in the top 8.
Oh, they found SnowX actually from Blast, and he's under some serious fire. The rest of the team are coming in. Hidan's going to get himself really low. They're jumping in. This is going to be the 3 versus 3, because they are miles away from any backup. Perks has got this high ground. Hidan's going to heal up, and Blast them. Going to get inside the circle first, and then look to try and take this fight. But SnowX going very, very low. Hidan should be able to finish him up. And that is the end of SnowX. So Blast They did some of these bottom teams a favor, but they are going to get themselves in for a little bit of a punish from their earlier fight.
That was a nice, like, thank you so much for taking XTEAM out of the lobby. Here's your payback, and it like killed SnowX in the meantime. I think they didn't really know who it was, so they just kind of went for it. Perks now finding it onto another member of Blast. So Blast, they got the 4 kills, but they lost all that time to rotate in the circle, and now they're going to be held on the blue from LMV.
She's almost want to get a knock in the meanwhile as well, so they're in for some action themselves. But Perks, the rest of LMV have got this lovely high ground. Nash out of the circle for the moment. It looks like LMV are just going to reposition, get to Hidan, and make sure he's nice and safe.
Yep.
Smokes are down to Hidan, should be able to get out of here, but we'll be a little careful because Nash can just open fire onto them here from this high ground, but LMV are just going to absolutely rush him. Oh, beautiful headshot from Nakai. And they're going to find themselves Nash. Blast only got Nakai left.
I mean, it's like the fight on the blue to the death, and it's like, I mean, unfortunately for them, Hidan and Perk were in that little bit of a dip on the other side of the roadside, so Nakai, he can't really just run over and flush them. They're probably gonna, I would say LMV, they're probably going to be able to go back, hopefully go for the revives on them. They see Nakai do run out in the open, so they use Perk as a little bit of bait action. Lou goes for the kill, takes Blast out in 16th position though. So, I mean, LMV, I said they were going to do well, hopefully, because they won Miramar last game, in day number 2, and looks like they're doing pretty well for themselves now. But hopefully this isn't the curse, right? Like we have blasted them, killed XTEAM, and then immediately got taken out by LMV. So hopefully LMV doesn't get taken out and some other team gets the 4 kills on them.
Oh, well, there's a kill for Shockwave. Conqueror knocked out, unfortunately for themselves. As the circle looks to close again. Panda, again, just shifting quite happily on their own. And they're going to turn up into these fights a little later. See where the circle goes. It might shift towards them. No, it's going to shift up a little bit more. I swear, Panda are the most cursed team at the moment. They just seem to no circle favors them. They're in an okay spot, though, so it's fine.
They're in an okay spot. I mean, it shifted so far up north, and there's a wall up there, like no man's land. Like you can like look past it, but you can't like actually in the game go past it. So there is like a decent, maybe third of the circle that is unplayable on that northern side. So this is gonna feel. I want to say it's gonna feel like a Sanhok match because it's gonna feel like these teams have nowhere to go and they're gonna be right on top of each other, fighting in the just the outskirts of Toria Ahumada. Like this is really just mountainous terrain, not really a lot of compounds to be had. But right now we got Panda setting themselves up pretty well. TSC also one of those teams at the very bottom of the leaderboards, but Savage finding 5 threats. Okay, so blowing up the vehicle, 9-man out. 5 threats now 3 threats as they're trying to get in, and TSC rotating just on past Savage. They probably heard some of those shots happen, so they're able to know who is right on next to them. Now Doom blowing up one of the cars from iNow. So 5 threats, 2 threats.
Yeah, they're going to take out the buggy as well, make sure that there's no escape there. They've got this wonderful high ground and lots of dips to kind of duck and hide and keep their vehicles safe, as there's going to be the knock. And 5 threats. Only going to be left with the single player. He's just going to bolt away to safety.
Oh, man. The same thing happened in Sanhok, though. Remember, it was Antho, last one left alive from 5 threats, bombing it into Hot Ting and couldn't make it. So it seems like 5T. I said they're really good at rotations, but now it looks like they're just losing players a little too early, and they can't make those rotations that they're famous for, and they're just playing for placement at this point. But Savage disengaging from this area, finding themselves on the eastern side of the circle. As I mean, this is the furthest. I thought yesterday was a north circle. This is, and it stopped around Al Azahar. This is as north could go, as these teams are funneling up to the northern side.
It does look like TSC and Doom fairly close to each other at the moment. Most Wanted have been able to accrue themselves 3 kills as well. So, you know, we're talking about how they just need another couple of really good games and they could potentially make top 8. With XTEAM getting knocked out early, there is a good hope for them here to actually be able to climb up if they keep this pace up, if they play a good game here. Doom, though, had a great day yesterday, having a pretty decent day today as well. Could be a honestly, it could climb into that top 3 if they continue on a good pace. Looks like Storm are actually hunting TSC right now.
Yeah, Storm Gaming, they're the team in 4th place right now. They're the one tied in points with Panda, and they want to be like, yeah, we jumped over Panda. But Centers this time around, okay, really want to point out, Rescue, only compound in this entire circle, but you've seen Panda, you see what they do. They slip in kind of at the end, and they're able to identify what is the best spot in the circle. Let's freaking take that spot. And they do it time and time again. So if I was Rescue, I want to keep my eyes on my back to hopefully that Panda isn't able to take my spot, because Panda, they want to jump over Rescue, who is currently in #1 position on the leaderboards.
Yeah, they will quite happily rush as well. As looks like TSC.
Oh yeah.
Don't really want to be taking this fight. It's a pretty hard high ground fight to fight up, especially when the circle shifted away from them. But they did find themselves a knock. It's actually, I think that was LMV who got a member knock there for the moment.
Look at the play zone. Oh,
5
Antho.
threats. Unlucky, friend. Taken out by the play zone.
All right, so TSC rotating on in now. They're on the kind of southeastern side. We got Doom against Team Savage. These are your 2 teams that are actually kind of right on the bottom. And we have the perfect grenade come out. Zero Keys, their in-game leader, going to be knocked, but you see most wanted kind of lingering in the background. We might be able to see a little bit of third-party action come out from them, because clearly they can hear the shots. They can see the kill feed. What's happening on here? Looks like Samo coming over and landing just a couple of shots over onto them, but LMV, no, they had, I mean, I think they got that squad. I think the curse started with Blast killing XTEAM, and now it's transferred onto LMV. Now it's transferred onto Clear Esports. Looks like Savage. I think they see the circle. They're not in it, so they're going to continue to rotate. I think just get away from this position with Doom.
Most ones are actually quite away from that action. And they're probably not really wanting to give up this compound. Even though it's on the edge of the circle, it's a nice place just to buckle down for the moment while you wait out for the next circle. So they might just hold here for a little bit longer and be like, you know what, taking a scrappy fight and potentially going out early could be a real problem. But Savage are pushing up onto Shockwave. Seiko's going to get pushed back for the moment, as here's Flick, the hero of day 1, looking to see if he can close in, throwing out the nades. The Shockwave going to look to try and defend themselves in this compound. They've got a lovely position and they don't want to be losing it right now. But they are getting rushed. Naruto has been knocked down for the moment. And Flick on this low ground trying to spray up and try and get a little bit of chip damage down onto these Shockwave members. Force them out. Seiko going to try and transfer from building to building.
Yeah, Shockwave, they just know how to defend. They're at all times, they are ready. Savage pushed up onto them. All 4 players had their grenades out, just raining down a mini red zone right on top of Savage. They already had Naruto knocked. We got Zero C about to get knocked, but it looks like Samo is going to be like, let's just kind of back up out of here, maybe find a different angle or find a different way to get in the circle. But another nade, that's a second nade knock this time onto Zero. Flick, he's their new player on their team, and he's under heavy pressure as Samo looks like he just kind of left them. And they're going to be under fire from Shockwave coming out and eliminating Storm Gaming a little bit too early out of the match, out in 10th position. That was detrimental, but amazing defensive work from Shockwave.
You can see Duma now closing up on them. The circle is about to close as well. It's been restricted. I'm not entirely sure where it went, but
it went west.
Did it?
It went all the way west. I mean, we can't see it in the mini, so it had to have gone west. So it's just, I mean, Panda, they've got the side over there, but we see them lighting up the kill feed now. I believe that was 2 knocked players from Team Panda. Only a couple left alive as a brawl is breaking out between Panda and Clear Esports. All right, Shockwave. They knew they had to get in the circle, but they see Rescue right in front of them. We might see a fight. They crashed on the roadside, being still targets now this time for Rescue. No. That was a fatal error for them. So Shockwave, I mean, this is what Rescue wants, right? Shockwave and Rescue, 1 point away from each other. Rescue, they're desperate to kill off Shockwave here and secure their spot more in the top of the leaderboards.
There's going to be a lot of damage from that nade. Hyper with a great shot there. Tick trying to get a little bit more spray down. Seiko behind this wall, but already down players. As in comes RESQ. They're able to find that 1 kill. Everybody's starting to collapse on RESQ, though. So this compound is going to be heavily sought after. 2 players currently healing up. As Doom have the high ground. And RESQ just trying to hold their spot right now. Most Wanted also closing in. The jaws are tightening on RESQ. And it's a good compound, but you're surrounded by hills, so it's quite hard to shoot up into everybody.
Yeah, I really hope they can kind of come up on the hillside a little bit, because if a team comes right above them, they're going to be shooting down at them. But really good for RESQ for taking out multiple members of Shockwave, leaving only 1 left alive as TSC Most Wanted. It looks like it's going to be ads, and it's going to be Hardman and Trap left alive. They lost Aaron a little bit too early, but out in the blue zone in the 5th phase, this is going to be heavy damage as Gumball runs on in, but is taken out by Most Wanted. So out goes TSC, eliminated out in 9th position. Doom in shambles right in front of Most Wanted.
This is good for Most Wanted as well. They got 5 kills accrued for themselves. They are down 1 player, yes, but they're looking for the placement. They're looking for the kills. Remember, I believe it's 27 points from them and the next spot, with XTEAM getting knocked out. That moves things around quite heavily. A 0 under fire here from Hyper. Hyper's trying to find himself a little bit of additional damage. Just protecting that crate for the moment. Don't want to go for it, as we'll see where this next circle is going to be closing. There's so much action looking to break out for the moment. And this circle could shift so much. Most Wanted are going to set themselves under fire, though. One's going to get knocked. 0 also getting knocked himself. With Hyper trying to get an escape. He's almost on. He is taken down. Most Wanted are eliminated in the meanwhile, as Unreal finds himself a kill onto one of the rescue members. And actually, LakoNostra, I can't say their name, the Nameless, let's just go, are actually still in it, and they've got a good position in the circle.
Yeah, they had 1 knocked. 1 does get flushed out from Doom on the southern side. They have a good position, but they need to take the 10 seconds now to revive one of their players and heal on up clear. They have all 4 players left alive. Panda, they do find Swat 69 though. So 69 again, finding themselves in a fight that they didn't want any sort of part of. Clear out in the open. And they're up on the hill, so they have to come down from the mountain at some point. But everybody in this lobby, you can see, is looking up at them. Has to be LakoNostra, Doom, even RESQ from up there as they switch their sights onto Shockwave as Panda is eliminated out in 7th position. LakoNostra, though, in hot water. Nori, he's going to be knocked a little bit too far, but clear, they're going to use this as their opportunity. Look at Doom, LakoNostra, they're not looking at them anymore because they need to heal up their team, and Clear is using that as their golden opportunity to descend from the mountain.
And they're going to be able to pick up 1 already. RESQ closing in, though. The circle has forced Clear down from that high ground, but Doom still under fire on multiple fronts. Vindex trying to get a little bit of additional damage out here. Is this pretty quiet from both Shockwave and RESQ? They're just letting these guys deal with each other before they come in and mop up the rest of everyone else. Clear, though, a very good game for them. We kind of thought that they've been a bit sleeper today. All 4 members alive, 8 kills on the board, having a really, really good start now to this final phase of map 4. As RESQ just holding it down for the moment.
Actually, Clear, just they're going to be overlooking onto LakoNostra. They're not quite within, but I mean, LakoNostra, they're sandwiched between them, but this is the good kind of sandwich, right? They've got Doom from the backside. They got Clear shooting at each other. Neither of the 2 teams can overextend and aggress and push down onto them. Clear, I mean, yeah, they've got LakoNostra below them, but they first need to clear out Doom if they want to get in the circle. Samo, he does find a headshot onto Savage from LakoNostra. Not looking good for this team as the utilities. The Molotovs come on out to try to do even more damage, but Doom, this is where they're going to be farming the kills. Clear, clearly out of all the smoke that they had. Samo, he's going to be one of the last players left alive. Actually, it's going to be okay, just barely hanging on in there. Shockwave does go out in 6th position. Doom, they do have 1 player knocked. I believe that was from LakoNostra. So it's going to be, I mean, Doom needs to set back up, but RESQ, yeah, they stay pretty quiet. I mean, they only have 2 left, but the circle did shift up onto them, and RESQ could have an amazing, outstanding game this Miramar match.
This could be Rescue's moment to really turn this around. They're just holding out. The Doom have all 4 members and are in a nice little position right now. But Rescue, like you said, inside that circle, can just hold and bunker down for the moment. LakoNostra going to lose another member here as Doom are just farming the kills, picking them up left, right, and center. Coyote going to use this vehicle to reposition, get some cover for them to work with as Doom have got so much themselves. They've got this big rock. They've got this nice little ledge to hide behind. And Bunjo, the only member left for his team, clear as well. A couple of members hanging about, but there's still so many people left in such a small circle. But they are going to get forced out very soon as the circle is going to start to tighten up and smokes are going to have to go down so people can push up forward here. Okay, with their teammate holding on for the moment. There's Rescue just holding it up. There's Bujo. He's got the kill. That's going to be another member down. So we're down to 4 teams left. Zero open firing onto Blood. Blood able to just get behind the vehicle to safety. But Doom is going to push up here. Can Zero make this happen? He doesn't actually quite know where Coyote is, who's behind that wall. And will look just to give cover fire for his friend as he tries to push forward. That's going to be okay going down. That's going to be clear getting eliminated. We're down to 3 teams. It's getting heated right now. Zero trying to push up. Doom, 10 kills, 4 players alive. There's 3 opponents left across 2 teams. Can Swat 69 maybe pull a miracle out? Can Rescue turn this around? Or is this Doom's game to win? Zero going to take a lot of that cover fire I was talking about from Coyote from behind that wall. Going to use the rock as the circle closing in tighter and tighter right now.
Yeah, Rescue, I mean, they're a 2-man strong Doom. We saw them take a 2nd place in Miramar yesterday, but they absolutely have the advantage here, 4-man strong, and that is how you close a game. Phoenix 69 somehow able to stay alive. Coyote does get knocked from Unreal from a nade coming out from Doom, so it's going to be 1 player left alive, Blood, and they know exactly where he is at because Doom was able to land a couple shots onto him though, but Blood, actually, it's going to be Rescue taken out this time with the grenade coming out from Doom. So Phoenix 69, this is his time to shine, but it's going to be Doom to close this one out. Our dark horse of the entire tournament and winning yet another chicken dinner. This time, so many kills to be had. I think around 13 kills from Doom.
I am starting to think that maybe SWAT 69 might make top 8. They started this game in a pretty good position. Let's bring up the match rankings and see how many points were earned because they were at the top end of the bottom 8 right there. That was a lot of points accrued to them. 28 points. Clear got 17. SWAT got 50. This is on it. We got some teams who are really in for it at the moment. This could be a big shift up. LMV, unfortunately, they need to have an amazing game if they're going to make top 8. They only have 1 game left. They haven't had a particularly good tournament so far. Let's switch it over, though, and see the other side, see the bottom 8 teams on our match rankings, because Panda, again, a lackluster day, kind of just being carried by a good day 1 at the moment.
Yeah, it's just, oh man. I mean, we saw a glimpse of the Panda that we know and love from the very first game from today, remember? But after that, it was just kind of, there are no Panda lost players, a little bit too early. But I mean, for them, day number 1 was, China number 1, like they were just so far ahead of the crowd. And then day number 2, it was, Iran number 1, that was for Rescue. And then this day number 3, it's really just Rescue and Shockwave, just neck and neck. And I think, so Rescue, they started like 1 point above Shockwave before this match, and they were actually able to take Shockwave out. A couple of placements early, maybe like 5th, 7th, somewhere in there. So very good for Rescue, able to make it into the top 3. But it's some of these teams at the bottom, they're really kind of secure. I mean, their fate is a little bit decided. When we get into the last match, though, this is where we tend to see some hot dropping. We saw a little bit of it here where Blast dropped on Team X team. We're probably going to see even more of it going into this last game. What do you think, Hiprain?
I think this last game is going to be chaos. I think, yes, we're going to see upsets from the bottom teams because for some of them, it's genuinely impossible at this point. They might as well just play upset and try and see if they can help their homies out and see if they can make top 8. So, it's going to be a lot of dragging down. I think we actually might be in for quite a quick game. The first game of the day was very tempered. Every team went right. There's still a lot on the line. But I think we're going to have a bunch of teams just going, nah, screw it. We know that Panda drop on Georgia Pole, let's just go for them. Let's just see if we can 1v1 them. I hope we're in for an absolute doozy. We are, however, going to cut to a break, and then we'll be dropping onto our 5th and final map of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment for the final game. And here we are for our final of our 15-game streak. I know it's very sad, Monica, but we are dropping on Erangel one last time to decide our top team and our top 8 teams who will be qualifying for the PMPL. Let's take a quick look at the overall standings before we go into this game, just so we can highlight the stakes at play right now. So we'll bring that up, and then we can talk about the points right now, where everybody's at. So, sitting at the top is RESQ. They are marginally ahead of Shockwave. Team Doom have slingshotted themselves from 10th place to 3rd place over the last couple of days, and they are 7 points behind first. There is a world where Team Doom take first. That would be the comeback story of the century. Then, Clear Vision, XTEAM, and Savage all at that bottom end of the table. And the big thing is XTEAM getting 0 points last game could be hard. If Savage gets singled out this game, it could be really hard for them as well. Because if we go to the other side of the table and look at our bottom teams, we'll see that of 104 points is 8th place, most wanted. A win here and a couple of good kills will elevate them into that spot. Same for Swat 69, who have had a pretty good comeback as of late as well. So there is world for, I think, 3 of these teams could potentially still make it into that top 8, but they need an absolute corker of a game, and they kind of need Blast them to do them a solid and drop on top of these teams that are just above them and take them out for them.
Yeah, what Most Wanted, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Most Wanted actually drop on top of Savage Esports. And we know with Savage Esports, they drop in Razak. So sometimes these teams, when they're on the cusp of like potentially not qualifying, they might have kind of an alternate drop spot in the back of their mind. Like, okay, like I figure like people might drop on me in Razak if I was Savage. I might either be really, really prepared for another team to drop on me, like Most Wanted, who is 17 points away. Or who was the next team right after them? It was SWAT 69, who was 19 points away from them. Yeah, SWAT 69. Yeah. So, I mean, for them, like they either get a win and then, 15 points and 2 kills at least for Most Wanted, or they can still place in that kind of top 5, just get a lot of kills that we know that they can get. But yeah, Savage and XTEAM definitely in the hot seat here, as we do have RESQ and Shockwave. And Doom actually so close. But Hiprain, you said at the very first day, you're like, I want to find my black horse. Everyone loves to root for an underdog, and I think we found that in Doom.
Doom really have been our underdog story. I'm so happy to see them go to 3rd, and there is a world where they take first. It doesn't really do much as far as the qualification goes because they are pretty much qualified. I don't think it's actually impossible for them to get knocked out now. So, first of all, congratulations, Doom. That was an amazing recovery. And to make it into top 3 going into the final map, my mind is boggled. It is blown by how well they've been able to pull this back. But if they somehow go from starting day 2 in 10th to ending day 3 in 1st, that is just the comeback story. They have bragging rights for centuries off the back of that. I'm so excited to see this final map. I've got my eyes on Most Wanted. I've got my eyes on Doom. They're really the big 2 for me right now. I don't think there's any other 2 teams that I'm like hard watching. I guess the bottom end of like Clear and
SWAT
Savage.
69.
I think teams like those. Yeah, I think those kind of teams you obviously got to keep your eye on.
Bottom 8, yeah.
Yeah, because if they even get decent placement points, it makes it so much harder for Most Wanted to catch up. If Savage don't even need to get points, if they make top 4 here and Most Wanted get knocked out in like 5th, but with a bunch of kills, the odds of Savage being knocked out are incredibly low. And this is still pretty standard. It's a little bit southerner, but normal. But we've got an okay play path.
I mean, it was okay, just a little bit for, southern than the previous Erangel, but I mean, we see this happen all the. I mean, Erangel, I feel like there's like 2 different playing paths that we're seeing here, and we keep seeing it time and time again. But I'd be curious to see, if we have Savage Esports, that is the in that 8th like really hot seat potential to not qualify, where we might see Most Wanted drop Razak. But sometimes we've also seen where multiple teams right below them all had the exact same idea. So I've seen before, looks like Most Wanted not. Okay, Most Wanted played safe. Most Wanted is like, okay, we just play it safe. Just gonna play our normal game, go for the win if we can. But where is Savage Esports? Because they normally go up, like split into the Razak area. Looks like they're just gonna find somewhere else to go and just like not be too predictable for these teams to potentially drop on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Doom dropping where they normally drop. Panda, it's going to be a long glide, but they will make it to at least the southern part of Georgia Pool. And let's see where this circle's going to be, because, oh my lord. Wow. That's, we've had some pretty savage circles today. We were kind of complaining a little bit about it, but we're getting spoiled a little bit with these circles.
Yeah. So we see Savage actually waited to get out at the very, very end, and they're going to be really close to Team Rescue, though. Okay, so they're going to be splitting over the little compounds to the west side. There are quite a few vehicle spawns over there, but I was I was predicting that they would just like, I'm anticipating somebody might drop on Rozak with me, but I mean, for them, they have the security of knowing that they're not really by anybody. I spoke too soon, and actually Clear, who usually goes to school, they actually did the exact same thing, dropping in a whole different dimension right on next to Savage. So these two teams that usually land kind of real close to each other actually ended up in the exact same spot at the end of the plane path.
This could be so costly as well. If Clear can get over that ridge in time, Vindex as well, also taking a fight. Oh my lord, almost going down. Zero C set up as Samo looking for this kill. He's inside the room, that little box. Spraying coming out. He's got 1 HP. Just needs to find the knock. And this is going to be the punch to finish him up as well. Oh, he got Mike Tyson.
He's trying to save his ammo here. He probably had like one clip and just push. But I mean, it was vice versa, right? Like we had the one player from Savage, 1 HP. They pushed him. The same thing here, except this time it's Clear of Index that has the 1 HP 0. I think he's just waiting for the rest of his team. But I think Predator about to become prey because more of Clear is in this general vicinity as Zero is looking to just disengage, run away across the open field, maybe hide behind a hay bale before Clear can find him. But I think Clear, one of them is potentially getting up on a second floor, might be able to just catch him out as he rounds the corner. Yep, we got the 2 times on the PP19, looking in the distance as Zero, but Savage, this is not what they wanted at the beginning of this match.
This is not what they wanted when they are genuinely so close to being knocked out. Zero C has been knocked. Ooh. A knocked player, a dead player. Savage, they need to get points this game. If they go out 0 points, there is a world where they lose that top 8 that they've held the whole weekend, actually. So this could be really, really nasty for them. Clear, they're pretty much locked in, but, you know, playing for some points. Zero C is just hiding behind that hay bale, but there is no one coming to save him, so he will be going down.
Now Panda finding another member. That's going to be Samo this time from Savage. Is Savage one player left alive? So Savage, this is our team that we're like, we're really scared for them. Literally most wanted in SWAT 69. Scream! It's gonna be Flick, last one left alive. We got some Tokyo Drift action happening here as Panda hunting down this last player, and he's by himself. He cannot shoot back, and they put Lang X onto the back of this. Flick, you better put it into high gear as he does get finished out in Savage Esports. Our 8th place team out of the lobby first.
This really could change things up. This is a massive team to lose at the beginning. If we see someone like XTEAM as well get knocked out early, most wanted are cheering.
And SWAT 69.
This is a start. Yeah, same with SWAT 69 actually as well. Conqueror taking a fight versus Doom. Doom really don't want to have this as their final start, because they could be looking for that first place. So they want to be able to try and find themselves a couple of kills. Zero gonna almost get the kill. Very, very close to that knock there. Not gonna be able to finish it up though.
Yeah, unfortunately, Unreal a little bit too far away to get revived here, and Zero a little bit caught out in the open by Conqueror, landing out in the Milta area. So Doom, I mean, these two neighbors kind of fighting it all against each other. But I mean, and then like you said, Doom, they're pretty secure in that top 8. But for them, if they really want to be ambitious and go for the top 1, this is not what they want to happen.
A win here would, well, depending on obviously the points of the other teams, would really put them towards that top 1 spot. There is a world where they can take it, but they're going to lose Unreal. He's about to have a little traffic accident. And Itachi
more punching?
will be able to pick that kill up. Conqueror. That's a kill on the board for them. Doom now down a player. Most wanted. TSC are looking
aware?
for them. Well, they're gonna be.
I don't think they're aware.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be real bad. Ad's getting chunks, but he's not gonna go down yet. Albie with that high ground, they're just gonna shoot the tires out. And that's gonna stop them from having a vehicle to be able to escape on. TSC have surrounded these two members of Most Wanted who are isolated from the rest of their team.
This is definitely a targeted rotation from TSC because TSC, they usually land in farm and they're a little bit slower of a rotate to get out of farm to get in the central position. So for them to have set up here on Line Pride Rock overlooking prison, they knew Most Wanted was still looting in this area. So very aggressive play coming out from TSC. No knocks found yet, but Aaron, he's going to be like, get out of here and hopefully just get away from these aggressors of TSC Legends.
There are so many car chases happening. It's crazy. Hardman pinned with ads. They have trapped down there as well, but Aaron may be able to get a bit of a long flank as TSC collapse onto Most Wanted. You can see he's turned the car around off in the distance and will be looking to try and make his way back over. But TSC not willing to go too aggressive yet. This could be really nasty if it goes wrong. Ads just having a look at Hardman.
Like, hey, what's up, man? I mean, the thing about prison is you get trapped down there because, as you saw, there's just that one opening and it's surrounded by rocks. So all you can do here is just wait for TSC to eventually leave, or just complete, smoke madness. But at this, 8 minutes into the match, you probably don't really have that many smokes. So right here, half the team of Most Wanted a little bit trapped here as we shift now onto the fan favorite RESQ, rotating in from South Georgia Pole. Last game, they had a couple early knocks, I think 1 or 2 kills onto Panda at the very beginning. Looks like they're rotating right on through Ruins, but I mean, and Panda a little bit close to them, but nobody's basically on this side because everyone just dive bombed it into the center of the circle on that eastern shift.
Yeah, they're pretty happy on their position, able to get in the circle nice and safe as well, so they'll be A-okay. Clear in the blue now, are looking just to move out towards that circle. It's an absolutely bonkers circle, and we're going to see where the next one goes. This could get real crazy, or it might just center down. A lot of teams are starting to congest and collapse on top of each other already. One of the Panda members is in the circle, and it's shifting towards prison. We could have a prison end.
When we see this much coastline in the circle, we tend to see it kind of shift out into the waterway. So if I was any of these teams on the edges, I would be identifying this. Stay out of the circle because you know that hard shift is coming on that 3rd or 4th shift. If you dive bomb it in the center like some of these teams have and it shifts off of you, it's going to be real hell to try to get out of that area. So Xana, they bring Xana back. Actually, he played day 1, didn't play yesterday. I think Conqueror, they're like, we got to do something here to try to get points to get in the top 8. So they bring Xana back to play in this game as they have TSC a little bit trapped below them after aggressing onto Most Wanted, turning their attentions now onto Team Conqueror.
Xana going to look to try and join up with the rest of the team as well. That nade probably spooked him somewhat. And 5 Threats are actually also collapsing in on this action here. Seeing them in that compound just below.
Yep.
TSC could be a pretty scary position as there's a firefight happening over their head. Obviously, they can use some of the different escapes at shelter to get away. Conqueror are somewhat blocking some of these escapes.
Yeah, you actually saw Noshi wrap all the way around, got an off angle, got the knock on the Albie. At the same time, Albie got a knockdown at 5T. So 5T, they're sitting pretty in their compound, super far away, no pressure. But now it is Conqueror to push on up. One does go down. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 3 fight. TSC, however, have a couple down in the depths. 5 Threats, this is their opportunity to third party this. And you saw Antho come up a little bit closer as we have multiple casualties going out. TSC looks like they're sent down like rats into the sewer of shelter, and Team Conqueror up on top, getting back up to 4-man strong.
Panda have got 2 kills.
Yep.
When did that happen? This is just Panda all over. This
it always happens.
Like, this is like, it's just like, oh wait, when did that happen? Who did they kill?
Wait, but actually, when did that happen?
I don't know. They seem to just sneak kills constantly for the last 3 days. I don't know how they do it. This is a very scrappy fight, though, here at Shelters. You know, there's 3 teams all trying to scrap. It looks like Conqueror are just going, you know what? We don't actually want any of this. We just want to move. We're done.
It's like, peace. Getting out of there. We see the plane come over with yet another crate drop to land in the island as the teams are starting to converge. And we saw here TSC, when you go down to the shelter, yeah, there's a lot of loot. Oh my God, you're about to run your teammate over, but just coming in hot and heavy. He's like, the Uber is here. Get in the car. We're about to leave, giving him that 5-star rating. But now we see LMV Talon sending it on in. Blast finding a member of Doom this time around and getting the flush. So Doom, I mean, you wanted them to get the win here to potentially get first, but they're already down to 2 players. Like, this is getting ever more harder to try to get that winner chicken dinner.
It's fine. I've got a second dark horse I'm rooting for as well in Most Wanted, and they've got 2 kills.
I got my backup plan.
I've always got a backup ready to go. It's fine. And if they both go down, then we're doomed. Excuse the pun. Swat 69 setting himself up as we're going to see another circle shift. Oh my lord, that's a lot of water. This is going to be a very tight circle.
Actually,
Panda,
I watched this. I watched this community tournament that they played exactly this circle, and the one to watch here is going to be Most Wanted. I'm pretty sure they're the ones that got a lot of kills. I think they closed out the game in that one. But LMV Gaming, though, the team that really needed. I mean, it was kind of mathematically improbable for them to get to the top, but that was the team. I mean, this is the close of the book, the last chapter of LMV. I mean, we opened it at the beginning. We were like, this is the team to watch. They've been together for so long, such synergy, and they end up going out so early in this match, and it's so unfortunate for them.
It's tragic, actually. LMV, it's been a disappointing tale for them. We really sung their praises. A lot of people kind of coming into this had told me that this was the team to watch, and we watched them and we didn't see much, if I'm going to be completely honest, as they go out on a whimper. 1 point will be all they accrue there, and that means they are officially out of the running of making top 8. But you can still see Blossom are holding these Most Wanted members in that prison. But Conqueror collapsed enough, and that is going to force them away momentarily.
Just a little bit. Most Wanted still trapped down in prison. They're like, oh, we're just gonna wait here. Hopefully TSC will leave, and then all of a sudden 4 more teams show up. So they're really trapped down in that area. As we do have clear. Vendex pushing up onto TSC. The little jiggle peeks around the rock and strafing him as well. A 1 versus 2, and Vendex, he does get knocked, but they're able to take TSC down onto their knees. Gumball, last one left alive from TSC Legends.
Nice stuff there. He's going to be able to pick up some of his teammates, but Clear are pushing up. Today has been lots of teams on top of each other at the same time as well. Something we didn't really see much of in the first 2 days was like, it was normally just one team versus one team. As TSC are wiped out, Harpy with the flank, able to pick that one up. But we've seen a lot of teams over the last, today, where it's been like 3 squads or 4 squads all scrapping at once, instead of just these 1v1s where it's these long-range fights and multiple fronts and multiple threats to be aware of. There's a Storm just avoiding the circle, able to move in a little bit closer, but like we said, because of the position of this circle, it's actually smaller than it appears because there's just so much water.
Yes.
So this is going to get really, really hairy for some of these teams.
Yeah, lots of just unplayable land here. There's a lot of like cliff sides right to the north of Doom and what Storm is going for that you can kind of hide out into. Panda sending in the Lakova. I mean, they've got it free over there, but Lakova, it's very scary. You see that peninsula, there's no way out of there as it does shift a little bit further in. All right, in the middle, Most Wanted, they're down to only 2, but that actually 3, but that compound is going to give them one of the best spots, seeing everyone rotating around them. Shockwave on the hillside a little above them, but look at Prison and Lion King Rock. Oh, so many teams here. Rescue now flying through the ranks of Blast and now getting their sights onto Most Wanted.
Yeah, Most Wanted, they needed to have a good game. They needed to make it happen, and they are now stuck playing versus our first place team. A great nade into the knock there. Tick actually took himself out with that nade. That was pretty unfortunate for himself. By the way, Panda have 3 kills. We'll just keep a track on their secret kills they seem to be getting. As Eren just constantly throwing these nades out, trying to flush these members of RESQ out. Most Wanted, they are under a lot of heat, and they really just want to try and get a good placement as well as a couple of kills for themselves. So it's going to be a bit harder for them, but this is also gifting bodies for them to take, 4 fights for them to take. Most Wanted are down a player, however, as Aaron just able to dodge away on that nade at the bottom of the stairs. RESQ 4 members strong.
Actually, they have 3. Remember, the one is still stuck in prison. Like, literally, he's jailed in prison right now. He can't even leave there. But I mean, I'm liking this from Most Wanted because we've seen them in fights before where they just kind of lay prone, hide in a corner, and just like let the other team come. So I'm glad that they're playing at least a little bit more defensively here with the grenades. However, this is RESQ. They know they have the man up advantage here. They only, heard 2 shots, saw 2 grenades being flung out. Now they're going to be pushing with the man advantage. We got one air and kind of landing in the corner. He does get a knock onto Blood, but he's going to be on fire with the Molotov, burning him to a crisp as the other one does come in. Tick now getting knocked though, but gets knocked right on return. Last one left alive is going to be Aaron, but RESQ, they've got 2 players up, 1 versus 2 as Aaron goes for the drop shot, gets a knock onto Hyper, and the flush is going to be 1 more as Coyote does clean this one. Nobody left from Most Wanted in the general vicinity. So RESQ, they're going to lose Hyper, but going to be able to get back up to 3-man strong within this compound.
That's so unfortunate that they were down a member because this was an amazing fight for Most Wanted. They actually did very good to get that much done versus RESQ. And if they had that 3rd member, I think they won that fight. I genuinely believe they won that fight. But now, down to the single player. There is 1 knock, but there you go. Down to the single player for Most Wanted. And it's going to be about these placements. Maybe they can mop up a couple of kills and just get a good placement, and Most Wanted could still potentially qualify. It's going to be hard. Conqueror on this low ground, getting shot at by Storm. Storm going to look for this nice spray over the wall, but there is a flank happening as well. All of Conqueror just bunkered in this one little dip, this one little ditch.
I'd say Doom normally would be in a bad spot because anyone could look over and peek him, but Conqueror is keeping Storm from looking down at him, and then same thing vice versa. So nobody can look out over at Zero because the other team will shoot at him. So Zero, a little bit more survivability, a little longer. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon because he's tossing a nade down below. Cooked a little bit too long. Circle is about to shift one more time, and it looks like it's coming on inward. We got the beaches to the right, but this is not a beach vacation that anybody wants because Panda, they've got the northeastern side, and we got XTEAM right dab center in the middle. So many teams still need to send it on into the 6th phase.
There's a lot of teams alive as well, a lot of players alive. Just 31 players in this lobby. It's 5 threats. Unfortunately, that will be them done here at the PMPL qualifiers. They will not be making it into that top 8. It's been a pretty unfortunate run for them. You know, we sang their praises, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough, and they are going to find themselves knocked out. Panda, though, looking to maybe make a bit of a recovery from a pretty tragic couple of days.
Yep.
There's Storm pushing up, seeing if they can maybe take out Zero. Remember, this team were at top 3 at the end of the first day, and they've had a pretty rough go of it, so they are trying to make some kind of a recovery here. Although Shockwave already got 5 kills as well, so contesting another team who are doing pretty good. Nade a little bit overcooked. No, she's going to get knocked, going to get flushed as well. Well, not flushed yet, but they're pushing it up as Most Wanted. There you go. Unfortunate end for them. A pretty good turnaround on this tournament, but we're going to keep our eyes on this fight because Conqueror getting knocked out of this as well. As Doom, Zero, he's got himself his little island. Just leave him alone.
He's like, this is my tropical island. Nobody can take it away from me. Even though it's out of the blue zone, I will die on this island. But RESQ finding their way onto Blast this time around in the center of the circle. Actually, Blast came in from, remember, the prison hillside, and RESQ still down below. They're still within the compound, not quite in. Getting the revive onto Blood. They just need to come in just a little bit. But LakoNostra, we got Hunter. He's going to be in a buggy by himself, and he does get taken out this time by Swat 69. Swat 69. That was your backup black horse, maybe a brown horse, and they are set up 4 players, still 2 kills found. They could still do it. They were 19 points behind Savage. Savage taking out 0 points? Yeah, 0 points at the beginning of the game. So they could, if they win this game and they got a couple kills to show for it, it could be the biggest Cinderella story of this tournament.
It really could be. It might not be the Black Horse, there, but they're my donkey. I'll call them that. There we
donkey.
go. Doom are taken out.
Brown horse, donkey, perfect. I love it. We got our donkey in this one, but 69 looking over onto Blast this time around. 2 kills found so far. Phoenix quickly hitting the deck to avoid getting knocked. Everyone here, they should just stop peeking, right? Circle is coming in. Everyone's within the circle. Just wait for this next one to go to show you where do you have to run to. And it looks like up here, got Shockwater. Shockwave actually knock as it comes down to, hey, Storm. This could be their Erangel game to win for sure, but 69, this is where they could farm a lot of kills of these teams north of them trying to get into the circle.
Yeah, this is a really good spot here as Storm actually spraying onto Panda, one of the big threats in the lobby.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find the kill, but here comes Panda. Oh, nice little shot there from Nash. Blast them, able to find themselves the knock. Storm are able to rotate if they need to. This is a very tight circle, and there's still 20 players in such a small area left. Everyone is scrapping it out. As that's what a Panda just hard sending it into everyone and able to knock Bimmy there with the vehicle, get the run over. That's going to be Panda getting eliminated. That was a bit of a frustration run over, I'll say there, as we are down to just 6 teams, 19 players left. 69 have got all of their players up, Blast, all of their players up. There's a bunch of the teams who are actually fairly low in the standings. Still in the running as in comes Blast and they're running into 69, and this is going to get real hairy real fast. The smokes are down, the spray's coming out, and multiple people have been knocked as they've actually found themselves stuck for the moment. Nash taking quite a lot of damage as PNL is going to get him. That's Blast taken down, and all just like that, 69 get themselves up to 5 kills. They lose a single player, but we are down to 5 teams now.
Storm Gaming with 14 kills as well, but 69, this is what they wanted because they're the ones who desperately need the points in this game. XTEAM, they're going to make their way on into the circle. Looks like crashing at the rock right in front of them. PNL standing up and getting yet another knock. Come on, the grenades, the utilities are just the most integral part of this game. He tosses it right on over. He could get Bimmy, and he does get the perfect nade, finishing out XTEAM out in 5th position. 69, this is all the stars are aligned for them, and they could do it here, but the ones to look at right here are Shockwave and RESQ, the 2 front runners on the leaderboards. Only a couple of points, 5 points between them that separate them before this game. These are the 2 to watch right now. Who is going to take each other out to go for that #1 position on the PMPL EU qualifiers?
My donkeys are coming through for me big here. Rescue are going to take out Shockwave. We're down to 3 teams left, and 69 are in it as well. It's Storm, it's Squad 69, and it's Rescue. Let's keep our eyes on these teams because Rescue are the ones with the man disadvantage right now, but their front runner, one of their top players, Blood, is up, and so is Tick. Although Storm trying to come around on the flank, the nades are going to get thrown down as they are just trying to scout them out, using that smoke for a bit of cover, but they could look for the shots here. Blood actually just going to hold out, might just try and say, I want to get some placement points here, but they are very aware of where they are.
Yes, Rescue fans are screaming right now seeing Shockwave get taken out by Team Storm. But Shockwave, they did end up with 13 kills. That's a hell of a lot of points, though. And Rescue, they only have 3 kills so far to show for it. I think that was the fight against Most Wanted. They were able to pick up Storm Gaming, though. They got a little bit of the downside. Swat 69, all 3 spread out. The smokes pluming all over the roadside. Perfect for them. But they're the one. They need this win so desperately to make it into the top 8. They're just shaking, laying prone right here as they need to defend from Storm from coming over the top of the mountainside and from Rescue to come in from the northeast. So all eyes, 69. They're going to be waiting here. Storm almost jumped into his into the Molotov right next to him. PNL, though, we've seen some crazy stuff happen from him. 3 kills found so far as Storm is looking to finally rotate up, getting just to the top of the hillside. But Blood, you can't forget about him. Look at the off angle that he has that he might be able to just find out from Storm. All right, they're just waiting on the hillside. Smokes pluming up all over the place. Hip rain, everyone on their bellies, everyone just, how are they going to get into the circle as Storm just comes in just a little bit?
Storm do have the vehicles. This is the big thing for them. They can use those for cover. They've
Yes.
got those vehicles to work with. That's going to help them with their rotation. 69, nice and spread out though. So they have lots of angles of attack, lots of ways they can get in. And I don't think Storm are fully aware of where they are, but they are making some spray towards them. RESQ are just sitting silent for the moment. They don't really want to go too much. As Tick's actually going to get knocked, so that will be the end of him for the moment. Now they're looking for the finish on the Tick. That's going to be one member of RESQ left standing. And Swat 69 trying to find the spray off. Almost got the knock onto another member. RESQ being eliminated for the meantime as the car's going to get popped. And now it is Storm versus SWAT 69. Our final two teams. Storm are down the players. This could be the Cinderella turnaround. PNL's going to get himself knocked. We're going to be in a 2 versus 2 to round this out as PNL's down. Storm, are they going to deny SWAT 69 from the chicken dinner? Nemo gets up on the rock, trying to spray down. There's a member knocked and it's only one for Storm left.
Yes.
Nemo trying to find that little bit of damage, trying to find the finish up. It's a 1 versus 2 for the moment. Although, I don't know if they can actually find him. I don't know if they can get the right angle. They're trying to slowly but surely make their way down. They don't know exactly where he is. But SWAT 69 trying to come up huge. Nemo got a great position behind that boulder. Same for A-Boy. You can see, though, Storm in the bush, just holding it down for the moment. But this circle is going to force them out in a moment. I think we're out of nades at this point. So all they can do is just dance it out. Meds are low as well. Resources running low. Actually, if this goes down to a med off, Storm has the meds. Look at that inventory. Still got the energy drink as well. I don't know about A-Boy, but this is turning into a little bit of a stalemate as we're waiting for that final close here. This final circle could just decide absolutely everything. Someone's going to have to peek. Someone's going to have to move.
Yeah, Storm Gaming, I mean, he's not, there's not really any way for him to get in besides the med off, or if he just absolutely outguns out of his mind. But it looks like he is going to go for it. Actually, he lays prone and trying to get the knock, but it's going to be the play zone to take him out. So, SWAT 69, Hip Rain, we said, that was your donkey. You said the only way for them to qualify into top A, and we'll see when the standings, we can see it in just a second, but did they get enough points to qualify into the top 8 for PMPL West EU qualifiers? Let's take a look at this match standings, however.
I don't know. I know it was 104 points to beat. I don't know how many points they were on before, but they got 24 points. Storm got 30. So a big comeback from them. And that could change things up a little bit towards the top because we're not entirely sure who our champion is quite right yet. But man, that was an amazing end to the last 3 days. Panda, honestly, kind of going out on a whimper at the end, but they just played so well on day one that they've secured themselves a top 8 no matter what. SWAT 69, though, what a phenomenal comeback. And keep in mind, our bottom 8 team, our teams at the bottom of the, not bottom 8, our team at the bottom of our top 8 were knocked out real early. Most wanted, unfortunately, there was that hope, but it wasn't big enough. And Team Doom as well. They were having their own Cinderella story. They've still made it in. They've still qualified, but they're not going to be able to take that first place like we maybe thought they did. And the biggest disappointment of this tournament has been LMV. 1 point, going out in, unfortunately, the worst position, but our champions are RESQ. They took themselves the first spot. They were the fan favorites. And they came up really big because it was a rough start to day one. Let's be real. The first half wasn't particularly great. After Miramar, things started to pick up. And then day 2, they just looked like a completely different team. What a phenomenal come around for RESQ.
Yeah, RESQ chat literally flying right now with the fans for Team RESQ. They, like you said, first day, I think they ended around 5th place right there. Second day, they just completely different team, shot up to the first place. Today, we've all been on the edge of our seats because it's been them, it's been Shockwave, head to head. Only just little bits of points between them. We can see a 5-point difference, but you see the one to look at is SWAT 69, the one that we were rooting for. I think SWAT 69, they need to go give a hug to Clear Vision Esports for taking Clear Vision Esports and Panda for taking out the members of Savage. Unfortunate for them. However, SWAT 69, by the skin of their teeth, able to qualify for PMPL.
That must be heartbreaking for Savage. They got targeted the last 2 maps and taken out, so they couldn't earn any points. SWAT 69 went from the bottom of the table to top 8 today and qualified. And when it counted, they really, really came through. I know we should be celebrating our top 3, but that final game come through and that chicken dinner was just enough for SWAT 69 to come up huge. Absolutely phenomenal. But your teams that will be qualifying for the PMPL qualifiers are RESQ, Shockwave, Storm, Team Doom, Panda, Clear Vision Esports, XTEAM, and SWAT 69. Unfortunately, that does mean we do need to say goodbye to 8 teams. So let's quickly switch over to our bottom 8 teams. A Savage, Most Wanted, LakoNostra, I'm just really sorry, I can't say your name. The Nameless, Conqueror, LMV, 5 Threats, TSC Legends, and Blossom. Unfortunately, don't make it through. Savage, it was just a matter of points. If they just got a few kills in those last games, they would have qualified. That's how tight this was. It was unbelievable. It was phenomenally tight.
Yeah, definitely just very unfortunate because Savage Esports, they actually, I guessed it, they might alternatively drop somewhere else to stay away from someone who may hot drop them. But in fact, nobody hot dropped them in RESQ. It was completely open. They would have had a pretty good entry into the circle. So I think that was the first kind of deciding factor for SWAT 69 to be able to qualify over them. Clear just, I mean, Clear usually goes school and school apartments. It was kind of odd for them to be out at the ending. So it's just very unfortunate. Savage just somehow ended in the exact same position with Clear, and then kind of that little Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious chasing from Panda to get that 1 kill. But for sure, these teams, they're, I mean, we saw so much action, so much heartbreak, so much sweat, blood, and tears put into these 3 days. So thank you for the production. Thank you, HipBrain, for casting with me. And thank you for all the fans for supporting all the teams here in PMPL EU qualifiers.
It has been an amazing couple of days, or 3 days. It's my first delve into PUBG as a caster, so it's very been out of my comfort zone a little bit. I'm a MOBA guy, but it was really, really fun, and we had such an amazing storyline. We had such tight games, and it led to this brilliant finale where SWAT 69 earned 70 points at the end of the day, and that was enough to make them go from last to top 8 and qualify for the PMPL. So absolutely beautiful stuff. Monica, you have been absolutely amazing. You've guided me through and made me not look like a complete moron on camera. So I appreciate you for that. And obviously, like you said, big thank you to the production team. Guys, thank you very much for tuning in and watching over the last 3 days. Make sure you do tune in for the main PMPL itself. And until then, we will see you later. Goodbye.